Sandworms are weak to dragon. We happen to have one of them. In fact, a lot of things in this game are going to be weak to dragon. Dragon is really, really good. Look at that. 260 damage. Nice slam attack. It feels good to have a party member that you don't have to spam acorns in order to do decent damage. For the most part, it's just you needed to top people off. And have Ryu spam his lightning dragon form. Because once you transform into a dragon, all you can do is attack. Your attack is considered magic damage. It is elemental. Which, coincidentally, there are elemental weaknesses in this game, and it's a pretty simple rule. If an enemy is weak to a specific type of element, that element does double damage. That's it. That is the entirety of the magic in this game and how it works. Everything else about magic is wisdom affects like hit rate with magic, but it feels like wisdom barely matters. It feels like you rarely miss with magic, regardless. And most magic in this game does just that amount of damage anyway. So even if you were to, like, an enemy is weak to fire, it almost would be still better to simply use a, like Fry, for example, that does 80 damage, because the fire spell would only do, like, 20 damage, and that would mean only you would do half as much damage as Fry does. Alright. Anyways, this next dungeon, the Crypt. It's got a lot of treasure chests here that you don't want to open for the most part. We should get somebody to, like, break open that rock that contains that boomerang in it. At some point. It'd be nice to have that. But for now... Wait a minute. How did that thing get escape from Swamp Palace? Well, we better kill it. I Spy here, frankly, is a pretty typical boss. Nothing too terribly dangerous, worried here. Again, after Gremlin, everything is easier. Oh, Triton, we're... we've always been in the death warp section of the game. We're just doing it even more now. Because there is a spell in this game you do get access to eventually that lets you warp out of dungeons. But, you know, who would think to give something that convenient early on in a game? No, we give that, you know, like, at maybe like the halfway point of the game, you get access to something that convenient. Wow, Blink setting up a great death warp there. He is all set to get out of here. I think he's in trouble though. That water is rising fast. But thankfully, the real hero of the game has showed up. I like Karn. Karn's a good character. That said, Karn joins the party, and we finally have a full team of 4. So Karn's unique specialty is when you have him in the lead party role, he will open any locked door. He will also disable traps on chests. So, up ahead, Karn has been looking for a specific book inside this dungeon that he wants to get to prove his skills as the world's greatest thief. There's 8 chests in this upcoming room that could potentially contain this book. If people want to guess, you can guess the number between 1 and 8. How many times do you think it'll take for him to open the correct chest that contains the book he's looking for? Alright, here's check number 1. It's empty. Book's not in there. Check number 2. It's empty. Check number 3. Nope, no luck. Clearly, it could be in 4. Or not. Maybe 5. Maybe not. Okay, for sure 6. For sure. Oh, not 6. And talk about unlucky, right? 7. Dang, it's in the last chest. Super unlucky. And just like that, the real treasure was confidence. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think Karn really needed much more confidence. He seemed like a pretty confident guy already. Anyways, it is now time to Death Warp. Let's kindly ask our friendly pig overseers here to escort the party out of the dungeon. Thank you. Well, who knows? Maybe Shawnee will have better luck with the chest. Remember I told you, this game's RNG is, like, always going on. The RNG is always going to be different for everybody at every second, at every moment. So, second time, how many do you think it'll take Shawnee to open? 1 through 8. What of these chests contains the book that's got confidence? No, on, you're ruining it for me, man. How am I supposed to troll the chat if you spoil it for me? Dang. The joke is ruined. The joke is gone. Oh no, they both had to open all chests. Talk about unlucky. Yeah, the order of opening these chests does not matter. It's always going to be the last chest that has the Book of Confidence. It is a bit of a mean trick the game pulls on the player, because even when I was going through this game casually, there was a lot of second guessing of, wait, did I check this one already? So, on to the next boss. Not too terribly much to say about this one. The only thing that really is convenient about having Karn in the party now is he can spam the Earth key. Nina can more comfortably heal or defend. Bo is still spamming his usual stuff. And Ryu is going to do dragon things. And as usual, we are trying to set up a Death Warp. Because if it isn't very obvious at this point, levels, for the most part, aren't super required to be extraordinarily high to do much in this game. Levels are nice, but that's all they are. They're just nice. And like that, we have the Dark Key. With this and the Thief in tow, we can go back to the City of Gold, get the Light Key, and get a ship, because we're kind of landlocked at this point. So we can't depth warp out of this dungeon immediately, because there's this old man here at the very bottom of the entrance of this tower that you can get a mirror. And, well, kinda need that mirror for plot reasons. Another thing is that now that we have Karin in the party, there's a very specific chest we want to get to. Right over here. It contains a gold bar! Better hold on to it. Who knows when we're gonna run into another outrageously cheapskate con artist. Just taking this moment to catch my breath. I am flying solo in this Discord call for commentary, as both road runners did want to focus on this race quite a bit. There's a lot of things they have to keep track of, and it's a long run. A lot of nerves going about. So I'm going to take it nice and easy too. I've got a delicious cup of coffee here I'm enjoying. I hope you all have a good drink as well. Alright, Shawnee is at his boss now. Should go pretty smoothly for him. I don't think this boss is anything remotely close to dangerous. I know. Yeah, she says peace. One thing I do find a little annoying about this game, and this is going to be my personal pet peeve talk at the moment, you can't unequip equipment in this game. If you want to swap equipment out, you need to replace an item with another item. Doesn't sound like much, but That can actually kind of grate on my nerves just a little bit. But there we go. Key. Got. Oh yeah, inventory management is an absolute right pain in this game. It's not the worst I've played in an RPG. I still think my least favorite inventory management in a RPG on the Super Nintendo, probably Earthbound. Earthbound's inventory management makes me cry. Alright, so with that done, we can finally get us a ship, guys! Finally! Open sea, salty air! Dark dragons! Wait, what? Dark dragons? Yeah. This is what high society life is like. Everything glitters like gold. I always find watching these fights kind of like interesting when you see like half your party is incapacitated and this is considered optimal. Because you would think, oh, just having more party members alive means they get XP, they can assist you in battle. When the reality is, the damage output they do is not worth the time investment, and two, you have to do each individual input command for them to like either defend or attack or whatever. It was just conveniently faster just to only have Nina and Ryu there. Sure. Yeah, you were the Ken runner from earlier this week, if I recall correctly. Yes, Meta, it's me.
I did indeed run Ken earlier this week.
I thought so. Thought I recognized the name.
This has been fun to enjoy so far. Obviously, Blink's been able to get a bit of a lead because of that gremlin sequence, but Johnny's been playing well.
Yeah, Johnny's definitely been making up for his earlier mistake of missing the water jar. That was a pretty costly mistake. So that has been his only real like significant time loss.
I may need to go push some buttons in the background real quick.
That's fine. Johnny still has to get a boat and immediately lose said boat, and then immediately get ripped off.
Okay, that might fix it.
Alright.
Want to be able to give the runners their proper shout out.
Don't forget to get up and take a stretch every once in a while.
I like to call this Scrooge McDuck Town. It's a very interesting sequence because there's a lot of back and forth that's set up, but there's some interesting strats involved as well, where there'll be another surprise death warp, because why not?
What? Take what you can, because this game is, honestly, this is an extremely linear RPG. There's just not a lot of deviations or side quests in this game, so there's just not a lot of kind of like interesting routing options in terms of like where to go next. It's almost always where the plot says you have to go next.
Not a ton of open worldness until you get bird mode unlocked.
Yep. And bird mode won't be for quite a while still.
Oh no, we're talking hours from now.
No. But hey, guess what? We got a boat.
The other limiting factor this early is not having warp, so you can't go back to early towns and do stuff there that you might be interested in.
Yeah, Nina's
you've
still
talked about this a few
like
times.
2 levels away from getting warp.
Yeah, it's one of those things I've experimented with, trying to find other ways we might be able to do things, and you can't really get good levels on Nina earlier. It's just too slow with the random encounters.
And there's a couple of things that may kind of dissuade it too. Like, yeah, let's say you did manage to get warp a little earlier, you would still want to walk through the bleak cave in order to grab the gold bar. Early warp just it has just a lot going against it as much as it does for it, you know? Alright. Time for a squid fight. If I remember... Yeah, there's really nothing too special about the squid. It doesn't really do a lot of damage. It's only got like 1,000 HP. We're at the point where we're hitting reliably good numbers. So fights go through pretty fast. He says his brother will get us. I'll believe when I see it. So, yeah, no, you go there, beat up the captain, take the boat, go back to the captain back in our shiny gold town, and be like, hey, we got a new boat. And he'd be like, cool, let's take it for a spin. And then shenanigans happen. Because, you know,
shenanigans.
Can't have everything go perfectly right. Especially since, if I recall correctly, Gobi shows up and says, hi, do you mind if I hitch a ride?
After I ripped you off for gunpowder.
Yeah. He's going to be our next party member. I swear, he is the most generous party member. You just don't know it. He does so much for you.
I mentioned this in chat earlier. That's the most expensive place to buy Marble ones from, but it just happens to be the first place we can buy them from.
Yeah, thankfully we're coming up on the next place that you can buy a Marble one from, and it's arguably the best place to do it.
I mean, it's the best place to buy everything. It's just inconvenient to get to.
Yeah. In hindsight, was it really such a great idea to put a trading capital underwater? Just me?
I mean, it gave them a monopoly on trade, so they probably feel like they won.
This whole sequence on the boat, though, is kind of crazy. So, you sound like you're a lot more familiar with this little warp that's going to happen here in just a bit. I had it explained to me by Shawnee, and I didn't get to see it. I'm looking forward to seeing it, because...
Yeah, I mean, it just comes down to we're skipping a couple fights, so the only thing you're giving up is experience. The fights are winnable, but instead we've got a full heal.
Which is good, because everybody was kind of beat up still, considerably.
Now, a lot of that is by design at this point. Like, Gremlin, there ain't a lot you can do. He's gonna beat you up. But something like I Spy, we're only weak to him because we're throwing the fight effectively. We're trying to just barely win it, and thus set up the Death Warp, because the Death Warp is as important as winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember the way Shawnee explained it to me, why this works is because when you're on this boat, they don't want you to have to go back to a town and get it back on the boat and somehow explain that, oh, you go back at the sea and you get ambushed again every single time. So if you die here, they just assume, oh, you clearly died at the boss, because where else would you die on this boat? So if you got to the boss and you died there, you clearly fought these two battles. Which we didn't.
And there's the big squid.
Yeah. And that is literally it. He is just a bigger squid. It has like 800 more HP than the last squid. That is literally the difference. I think it has the exact same attack.
This time we don't have to worry about Death Warp, so...
Yeah, there's no point to death warping, it's just go ham.
Chad would like to see a Breath of Fire relay. It's happened in the past. I don't think there's been one in the last 3 years or so, because there wasn't as much interest in runners. But it's definitely something that's happened before, and I think there may be YouTube videos out there of it.
Yeah, that is kind of the thing, especially since, like, interest in an entire series is very difficult, because we can all admit that some of our favorite games that are long series, eventually they're gonna have there's like a game that you're like, oh, that sequel wasn't as good, or that was experimental and I didn't like it, right? Having an active interest in every game in a series is surprisingly difficult. So finding runners for all 5 Breath of Fire games,
and their schedules have to all line up.
Exactly.
I miss Genya. Hi, Genya, if you ever see this. Alright, Shawty's fighting squids, and iBlink is about to finish his 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour.
Okay, I gotta say, this little image of the spinning there, I'm glad that's very short because it was actually giving me motion sickness during that cutscene.
Remind me to give you a trigger warning about spinning later.
By the way, we're all stuck on an island. Luckily, our good friend Gobi here, the kind and generous sort he is willing to go out of his way to get gills for us for a very reasonable price.
While we wait here on Gobi's Isle. If I'm going for the drug plants, we'll go all in.
Mm-hmm.
There are encounters underwater, so Marble Trees are still important.
Yeah, terrifying encounters to be a solo fish fan.
Actually, one of the weird things about Gobi is he has magic, but it's underwater magic.
Yeah, he literally summons swarms of fish. They're actually not, in terms of like, for AoE damage, it's not bad, but the fact that it's only useful underwater,
yeah,
get in the back of the line. Get in the back of the line.
Casually, you'd probably still just spam Earth Key.
Yeah.
Now, if you fought enemies around here, which is a place I'm commonly walking on the trip to Gant, you get the level 1 newbie enemy stuff. Why? Well, because you're walking around here with just Gobi.
Yeah, strange how they didn't consider it was kind of him underwater, but above water where he should be choking on the air, he's like perfectly fine.
Johnny is invoking, asks what else could go wrong.
You've not been around Shawnee long enough for you to realize that's just the state of who he is.
So Gobi came to Gant to get the goods, because the goods are supposed to go to Prima for stuff and things. And Gobi finds out that everybody's missing from this town. Thus, nobody's walking around.
Yeah. I mean, he has to do it to get the guilds, because the guild merchant doesn't want to give them to him, because some outrageous claim about being a greedy ex-merchant that was exiled from the village, which, you know...
I believe what that comes down to is he actually sold scam stuff. And, like, that's their line, is you can sell anything, but it has to be a legitimate business.
What? Gobi wouldn't do that. Gobi, honest trader.
Now, there are a ton of things for sale in this town. There's multiple shops. Sometimes they even overlap and sell things for different prices. And, if you're really crazy, you can have Gobi be a merchant here.
Neat.
And if anyone ever cracks the RNG for that, manipulation for that, then hello, we're going to change some routing.
Good luck with that. I've firsthand experienced just how crazy the RNG is in this game. Oh!
So after this sequence, there's a chance of being sold Karn's best weapon. But, we can't control it, so it's just not worth doing because it's too rare.
Right. Well... One of the Smiths people apparently is in bed here underwater. I don't know how he got here, but I heard underwater fireworks and I thought there was a celebration. But that's okay, I guess. But more importantly is now we have the guilds, and we need to get the boys back together so we can save this Oxman from the Grim Reaper? This game's weird, okay?
We already fought 2 of those. What's the 3rd one?
Listen, I'm starting to think cheating death is becoming a normal occurrence.
In RPGs? Absolutely. Squid fight for Shawnee!
Good. And what is the feared Grim Reaper's name? It's Mordio. It's literally Mordio. I don't like it. I'm just gonna call him Morty. He is weak to fire, though, so we're actually going to use the Fire Dragon transformation so that we take advantage of double damage.
Wait, you mean we're going to attack using Breath of Fire?
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, Capcom is has the problem of too many IPs.
So with Nina, there's a concern of making sure she hits level 13, and thereafter there is not particularly concern about her levels.
No, it's... Ooh.
In fact, Blink moved her to the front row, specifically so that would happen. And then all the experience goes to Ryu.
Yeah, Ryu's our new damage dealer now that he's got dragon transformations. There's a couple fights later down the road where already diversifying your damage is going to become more important, but for the most part, it's dragon time. But with that, we have warded off the Grim Reaper. And we get a little backstory about what happened to Ox here. So, apparently, the Dark Dragons, surprise, came to their town, kidnapped their women and children, and forced the men to build a weapon. What kind of weapon? I don't know. It's a weapon. Go stop them. That's what you do.
Probably the boats or the fortresses. Either would make sense.
So Bo joins the party. Actually, I really like Bo as a party member because unlike most other, or why did I keep saying Bo? Ox. Sorry, they're both start with only 2-letter names. I lump them together.
Box.
Ox. Ox here, I like. He's not frail. He actually has health and defense. Where was
Smash?
That's all he's good for. He also has access to Cure 3 and Heal, which is not vital, but it's nice to have in a pinch.
It's a good backup from a durable character. And this is the shop where Marble 3s can be purchased on the cheap. Lots of them.
And boy, are we going to buy a lot of them. And a lot of Marble 1s.
Yeah, actually, I got that backwards. The Marble 1s are cheap here. That's actually more for the Marble 3s. They're charging 11% more than you could buy them for in Dorgan.
Yeah, Dorgan's kind of like all the way up there, and we don't have Warp yet. Yeah, laugh at me screwing up names. Go right ahead. You ever cross wires when trying to remember names for characters?
He
Happened to
was
me.
reacting to me saying box when you said bow and ox. And combined them, I said box. He's reacting to that. What's the difference between a Marble 1 and 3? A Marble 1 is a guaranteed crit. A Marble 3 is to keep you from having random encounters.
Yeah, Marble 1's pretty amazing, especially since you can also still use Marble 1s while you're transforming as the dragon as Ryu. So you can guarantee those dragon attacks also crit. And it's literally as simple as it sounds. You go to your inventory, use Marble 1, during that turn, you crit. That's all it is. And it's really good. Especially if the enemy is weak to it, because you crit on top of weakness exploit.
Trying to go through the Gobi sequence that we just wrapped up on Blink's side, and Blink's going to head over to this little fortress here where there will be much smashing of walls.
Okay, so I gotta ask, because this is something that my OCD compels me to, and that is to break every wall. I have to do it whenever I come here.
That's extra steps, though.
I know, but it's like, I could break that. I get the smash wall. I like smashy wall.
But extra steps.
Smashy wall.
There's also a shield here that you can pick up. Doesn't look like Blink's going to. I think Shawnee will.
I wonder if Shawnee might also go for the hammer upgrade for Ox for a little bit more damage.
I doubt it, because he's got a different hammer pickup here pretty soon.
Right.
I should probably specify, I have general knowledge about the any percent route. I've definitely done it. And we're a lot closer to merging with 10%, where I'm very familiar with these places. But the runners can always have their own little twists on their route of what they think works for them.
Yeah. There's little touches of what items to get, what equipment to use, that can differentiate some strategies. Recently, Shawnee put together an actually rather impressive 80% guide, complete with screen captures of when and where to use Marble 3s, all baked into the guide itself. So if there's anyone here interested in this run, the resources to actually learning it is a lot easier on beginners.
It's one of the most extensive guides that I have seen, and it's very accessible to do everything. The only downside you're going to have if you're trying to do an 80% run is those early bosses that we've already seen here. They're RNG, and both of our runners are kind of put out a sigh of relief when they got past them.
I could not begin to tell you how many times I heard Shawnee say, "I just want to be past night. I just want to be past night." For those who don't remember, Knight was the second boss of this game.
Yeah, I spent a good bit of time to find a way to make him marathon safe. It's a lot of time investment to do that, though.
Yeah, like, there is literally, I got a little list here of what equipment to use on that boss, depending on how much agility you got during leveling up. So if you got 15, if you got 15 agility, use a dirk and a robe. If you got 19, you just equip the straw hat.
That town actually has a sword that's available for sale that would substantially increase your damage. but it's very expensive, and you'd have to level up on random encounters to be able to get it.
And we conveniently blow up the town afterwards anyway.
That's okay. I think there's one for free in a box later.
Yeah.
If it were available before, then I'm 100% positive we would pick it up.
Absolutely. And it'd be very much welcome because the early game's hard enough as is.
Okay, so fun fact from this fortress, if you went left, you'd get to the second dragon shrine, but we can't do anything with that yet.
Yeah, it's gonna be a later thing. For now, though, we're gonna go on a... I mean, a lot of people would think, oh, I'll come back later, because remember that boomerang in a rock there? Boy, that looks like it could be kind of useful. I should come back and grab that. Only to find out later on, oh, I was supposed to come back and grab that.
As Chad is pointing out, it is pretty sweet that characters who are stunned or otherwise incapacitated still able to cast magic.
Just poke them with a stick, they'll get up.
Okay, so I was wrong about the box, but this works too. iBlink is set up for a death warp after we get the pickup that we need, which there was this totally not suspicious rock on the same floor as I Spy when we came here before. But we couldn't break that rock.
No, we can. We got big strong Oxman. Break it.
Ox
No,
smash.
too soon. He talked to the rock. There you go.
And now he wants a fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if this is the...
There you go.
Yep.
So the trap triggers the death, and there's your warp.
Man, that's so clean, dude. Letting that trap explosion kill the party to take out, to get you out. Which conveniently, we save at Gant, so that when we do Death Warp, we come back here, which then we take the boomerang to this guy to repair it. Because apparently this is a legendary weapon?
Yeah, it's a key item. It's actually required. And that's not the only benefit of it, though. We're going to use it for a boss. And Karn learns the first of his spell. So, because he's a member of this family line, he's able to use these fusion spells.
Yep. So the first fusion he gets access to is Shin. If I remember correctly, Shin, it lets him fuse with Bo and Gobi. Fusion has it does a couple things, like increases his HP tremendously. It does mean he takes a little bit more damage to compensate for having all that extra HP, but he also gets like a nice boost in attack power for doing it as well. And there we go. Behold, Karn is now half fish, wolfman.
Half fish, half wolf, half vampire.
Or is it half wolf fish man?
Just go with half fish, half wolf, half vampire. It's easier.
Okay.
Meanwhile, dude who lives with goats.
So this is the wise old man who we're looking for advice on how to get into the next dungeon. And what does he tell us? Use the eggs of Grimfowls to storm the fortress. Morals?
He tells us to egg their house.
Crime against nature.
He's telling us to egg their house. It's a juvenile prank.
This is
different pickup.
Yeah, he's getting the hammer.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting the giant hammer. Okay.
I'm a little surprised for that, just because I know that there's another hammer he's gonna get.
Yeah, well, that guy, he's less wise old man and more crazy old coot.
Alright, so we got a runner high five. They're in the same place now.
This is Blink's second time visiting, and Shawnee's first. So he still has to deal with the X-Limes here coming up.
Okay, I thought Shawnee was going to get the shield here. I guess not.
Well, the shield would be for Ox, right? And that hammer is a two-handed hammer. You wouldn't be able to use it.
But the shield was for Karn, but okay. I'm not looking at it.
That's what I just figured. I mean, what's the point of getting a shield right if you're getting the two-handed hammer? Anyways, time for the Grimfowl boss. This feels wrong. This is like we're stealing this mother's eggs. Though it does have a cool sprite.
Shin will do considerably more damage than we were getting out of the melee of either Boa or Karn, or probably even the two of them.
Yeah. In fact, this is probably the first time we're going to see Nina use attack up. Because now that Karn's normal... Goodbye, Nina.
Keep in mind, we haven't upgraded Nina's equipment, I think, since ever.
Yeah. And she wasn't exactly durable to begin with.
Yeah, so we're talking about the starting equipment of a level 5 character. She's not going to hold up very well against bosses at this point.
I do know that eventually she'll get some good gear again and she can survive a couple of hits. But Nina's almost always going to be either one-shotted or two-shotted for the most part. Luckily, we do have quite a bit in the way of healing items to revive. So it's not like the end of the world if she gets killed.
The Life 2s are fantastic because you not only get a full revive of HP, but it includes NP as well. And down goes the Grimfowl.
Yep. And Nina learns Zom 1. 2 bosses too late.
Now, unfortunately, you have to make sure one of these stupid birds is following you. They won't just be automatic.
Yep, don't want to go too fast or you'll lose the bird.
Blink successfully eggs their house, and chaos ensues. Look at that difference in HP, though. 65 for Nina, 360 for Karn infused.
Yeah, the only downside to having that much HP is that there's no way to heal all of it in a single turn.
Cures would.
Well, I'm talking strictly with magic.
Yeah, magic not this early.
But it's absolutely worth it because we're never going to use Bo and Gobi by themselves again if we can help it. There's only like a couple moments in the run where you might use Gobi because Gobi gets access to this trident that's pretty good. And it's mostly just to use it as an item in battle.
There's some world movement we're going to need Gobi for. That's pretty well it.
Yeah.
Johnny heard tale of a legendary ring and is going down under to pick it up.
I heard an old man would get really impressed if I showed him this. You ever get the feeling that there's certain quests like this, these weird moments were strictly put into this game so that you would have to call like a Capcom helpline in order to figure out what to do next?
I see more of an NES influence on it, and it, particularly with your old school RPGs, was a way to lengthen them by having you double back to some places, and then they didn't need a whole other dungeon for you to go to. These days, when you give them unlimited space and whatnot, they'll just throw in another dungeon somewhere for you to go to.
Right. Or make the current dungeon you're in even bigger or something.
Well, that too.
I do remember the Slime X fight here is actually kind of dangerous. Particularly, it has some damage ranges that could be particularly scary if it targets certain party members.
That's actually my favorite Second Wind boss, because it's like there's a logical difference between the two, and I appreciate that.
Oh no, I agree. Bosses that transform through combat is awesome. Or heck, even bosses that even showed like visible signs of wear and tear. That's part of the reason why I like Final Fantasy Mystic Quest so much. Is you don't look at their health bar, you look at their sprite and are instantly you can tell they're getting beat up.
So apparently the Dark Dragons are going to attack Prima for reasons.
Yeah, I don't know why either, because it's not like they have a key, right?
No, they're just basically not submitting.
And therefore we're gonna blow you up with a torpedo. Good old-fashioned 1993 translated North American dialect.
Ted Woolsey's the man. Think how much less fun we'd have without Ted Woolsey in the world. That would be just awful.
Yeah, but you could definitely tell where he was definitely not putting like his best into this game like he does in others.
I think I read that he was a late add into this, but I could be off on that.
I just know that Capcom basically handed this off to Square's translation team because Square at the time actually had a translation team for RPGs. And God knows the whoever they got to do the stuff for Mega Man, like their instruction manuals and stuff like that, for back in the day, you don't want them doing the translation.
Translations are a funny thing. It's like people don't realize, unless you speak multiple languages, you don't realize not everything's a one-to-one.
No, it's all. A lot of it is cultural or contextual. I personally like it when games, rather than trying to do one for one, they just like to put a kind of like their own flavor on things. Like in Dragon Quest, they love to make everything a pun. Everything.
Alright, so we are here to look for the sorceress to help save Prima.
Yeah, apparently this sorceress was one of the 7 warriors back in the day that fought the evil goddess.
And she's
before we
trying to take
even
a really good nap, and here we are interrupting it.
you know, your typical centuries-long nap. For the most part, these bosses right here, against these Wisp bosses, 3 of them here, 2 of them we've fought before. They're the exact same fights.
But we're stronger now.
Yeah, the 3rd one is brand new.
And so Karn basically is just, or Shin, is just going to give us supplemental damage, and that's fine. Main damage for quite a while is going to be done by the dragon forms.
It's supplemental damage on a party member that can survive not having to heal every other turn. I think that's the biggest takeaway from it. Because think of how much more damage you would do in this game if you weren't just simply healing every other turn.
Look at that. Nina's surviving by 5 HP.
Other trooper. Never mind.
Things are no longer looking grim for Shawnee. He's gotten past the foul fight.
Hey, see what you did there.
Just make sure the birds are following you. That's important.
Oh god, you know what this reminds me of? Have you ever played Majora's Mask?
I have not, but escort missions are universally unpopular.
Yeah, for those, all I'm thinking of now is the Bremen mask from Majora's Mask, where you have to wear it and oh no, he lost the bird! There you go.
Could have it back. See, this is what you get for invoking earlier, Shawnee. Sure, it was like 30 minutes ago, but you invoked.
I guarantee you he's giving you the most passive shrug he could give you, if he could right now.
Yeah, he earned it.
Oh, he totally did.
It's another free life, too. There's like 6 of them you can pick up for free, I think, roughly. And just really sweet because of being complete heals.
Yeah.
One of the nice things about the game is it gave you the ability to set the controls as you want them to be. So you've got 6 buttons you can set up however you want them, and it's totally comfort level. So when Shawnee does a quick party change, that's just 1 button to go straight to that menu.
Yeah, lots of really nice convenient shortcut keys. Yeah. Shawnee here taking advantage of that nice new boomerang and showing that using marble ones with the boomerang is really good in this fight. Because AoE damage is premium in this game. You just don't get access to a lot of it. Like at all.
But they tease you with the rang and the earth key early.
Right? And then after that, it's almost strictly single target damage.
Well, then you get Blue. She's got AoE magic, and then you get the 2nd level dragon forms, which are AoE.
Uh-huh. For a long time, it's premium though. But more importantly, Blink is finally done here with his boss fights. He's got the thing from Boo, who is too lazy to get up and help us. So she gives us this egg to throw in a volcano.
Look, she's just resting her eyes.
Dude, she just said the equivalent of 5 more minutes, Mom, and went back to bed.
Alright, this is a good fight to get. They'll go quick.
Yep. It helps that these enemies have a really nice quick animation, which is always appreciated. Healing is also something that I think I was told there's only like one thing in this entire game that's capable of AoE healing, and that's using the water jar.
Complete healing, that is true. There's an item called Meat. I don't remember how much it heals. It may only be 50 each, but it is AoE.
Yeah, but then you'd have to do hunting, and I tried to use hunting in this game, but I struggled so hard.
You don't have to hunt for it, but I mean, we don't do random encounters, so there's a lot of random encounter stuff we don't get.
Yeah.
Of course, we would have to hunt if not for one item. I actually get 2 chances at it. One's in a treasure box, one's under a barrel. But it's meant to be a hunted item.
Oh, you're talking about the antlers?
Yeah. The white deer is a rare encounter on the overworld.
You're more likely to encounter boars in the overworld. I know one thing Shawnee's probably really happy is that from what I was kind of like trying to pay attention to was how much money he had, because we were up until Prima, money was kind of tight. I mean, look at all these marbles you have to buy, both the marble 1s and marble 3s. That is where the majority of the runner's money is going into. And if they don't buy enough marble 3s or marble 1s to get them through the game, that's a problem.
Yeah, it's the best time to make your purchases, which is one of the reasons why the money is tight there. The marble 3s, you now have warp, so you can go back to Dorgan anytime, but you don't want to take the time for an extra travel. And we've got 2 cities we don't have access to yet that are going to sell marble 1s. No, that's not right. Just one that will add marble 1s. But by that point, you've got dragons and you don't marble 1 anymore.
By the way, I just want to say this is completely jarring of just how much this game suddenly decides to teleport you around. You go to the volcano, you drop the egg, warps you back to Blue, and she joins your party, and then it warps you back to Prima.
Also, there was a routing difference there. I mentioned earlier that Shawnee was going to pick up another hammer. He just grabbed the Rage Hammer. That's mainly to use as an item in combat. We might see it in action here, but I figured that's the one he was going to use instead of the Giant Hammer. But I guess Giant Hammer, more damage, get both.
Yeah. By the way, these big fish are straight up like super smug to me.
I was going to make an 80s joke, but I think it's too dated.
I mean, I got some bad news for you, dude. We're at the point where a lot of the 90s stuff is also dated, so it'll fit right in.
Oh yes, no question of that. At the point Seinfeld stuff is dated.
I have a soft spot for Seinfeld, so I wouldn't be opposed. Unless you're trying to make a marine biologist joke.
So now this is a slightly different route than the one that I had learned, because we didn't buy a bunch of B stones. Actually, this isn't the jerkhorn. This is the little brother. And Shawnee is using the Rage Hammer, so it does that Cold Blast for 60 guaranteed damage every time. Which, you were talking about this earlier when we first got the Earth Key, of how much that guaranteed damage is significant. Shin, with the combined stats of 3 people, hit for less damage than the guaranteed hit of that Rage Hammer.
Yeah, and it's purely just because there is no... it doesn't... The Rage Hammer's uses don't factor in, like, resistances or your attack power. It just... You use it, it does this amount of damage every time.
Yeah, Shawnee's also going to put on a clinic using that in part when we get to a later boss.
Yeah. But Blink got passed through a boss that I actually was warned about. Pincher? It's one of those boss fights that looks really simple in a speedrun if everything goes right, that can go horribly wrong if it doesn't.
So there's Zog. He's the dude who's been trying to take over the world.
Yeah, remember him?
I actually think this is the first time we see him. We see Jade in the opening.
Yeah, we do. We see Jade, and it's like the first time in the game with like, hey, remember that the Dark Dragon Empire and what their goals are? Well, we're gonna put a big emphasis on that now. Here's all the generals and our future boss fights. Like Carl, Moat, Jade, the whole gang's all here. Because this entire time dealing with Prima, with like the whole collecting the keys kind of got put on the wayside, you know?
Well, we had to rescue Prima and Gant.
Yep.
Which is the same thing we did in Tantar. I mean, we weren't doing any keys at that moment.
No, they just kind of happened across the keys. Because we needed to get
that key
for
actually counts as one of the keys.
Well,
I
thought
mean,
it did.
went on the volcano with the robots, so...
Yeah. There was a part of me when I remember I was originally playing this, I thought, ooh, cool, maybe if I find another, like if I collect the fire key, I'll be able to use that in battle. Or something like that. But no. For the most part, nearly every key you collect is just a key item.
Oh, he's gonna take a shot at it!
Let's go!
Alright, he's taking an RNG shot at the Dark DR is what we're looking for. I mean, he's got time that this is not a bad play in a race situation.
Right?
You would never do this in a PV or world record attempt to run.
Hey, being a business owner is hard.
So yeah, they'll either offer to sell you something or offer to purchase something that you have. Generally, we don't care.
Yeah. No, do not sell that Protect. that particular item they got very early on in the game, and it's only used later on. Is that it's a move that acts like Nina's attack up spell, and it's going to be useful for one particular fight.
Ooh, Shawnee got bad RNG on the fight here. In terms of which fight he got, this is not the preferred one. In fact, I'd probably run.
Yeah, because if they just keep casting Paralyze, they're not doing any damage. They're
The shot could work too if it landed.
paralyzed and dodged. Yeah,
Okay.
Shawnee.
I think Blink gave up. I did not see the Dark DR happen.
Yeah. Shawnee, I think your karma's coming back behind you.
Now this opens up the world that much more because there's areas we can get to that we could not before. And I'm curious how he's going to route this because in particular there's a place we can go now and it looks like he is. Yep, this is Tunland. The musical city. And we can't talk to or understand anyone here because they use musical instruments. We don't have one. And they play notes back at us, which we can't translate into anything. However, they have one very important item here.
Oh, do tell.
They have a fishing rod.
Finally. I thought we weren't going to get to the real meat of this game.
And the best security system that exists anywhere in the game. There it is.
Yep.
Rod 5.
Yep.
So coming here sets this up as a destination we can warp to, which will matter a little bit in the grand scheme of things. But we 100% came here right now to get that rod.
Yeah, turns out people throw all kinds of really useful things in waters and streams and such.
Okay, so he's also going to set up the warp to Gust. I'm used to doing this in reverse. So what I do in 10% run is start outside of Gust, and that's literally the first thing I do is go down to Tunland.
I see. I'm not too familiar with some of the world map at large. I've mostly been just learning Gremlin percent.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a very confusing overworld. Alright, we have all of our warps set up now, and Nina is finally going to get to really show what she can do.
Yep. Warp abuse. And also, since we have Blue in the party, we have access to the exit spell, right?
Yeah, so warped back to Romero, which you might remember from an hour and a half ago or something like that.
And we keep lining up here for some reason.
Because they have wells here. And well, we got a dragon sword.
Could be important. Could be good.
Just slightly.
Yeah.
back to Arid, which is our third trip here. And
Yeah, thankfully not our third trip back into the crypt. I think I would hate having to go back into the crypt again.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be as bad if you had blue to be able to cast exit.
True, but I never really liked the crypt.
Oh, we got a new hat.
Dragon flavored.
Huh, where's he walking to?
Yeah, you would think you would just warp, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's doing a different route than I would think. But, find out where it converges.
Is he just going straight back into the ocean? Yeah. Is it? Oh, he's probably going back to Prima. Because you can't warp to Prima underwater.
No, you cannot. No, I'll be honest, he just gave me a different idea.
No, he's not going to Prima.
This makes sense. I usually do this from Gant. I've never done this from Arid, but I actually like this. That's the idea of knowing the maps better.
Yeah, I agree. If you're going from Gant, because Gant has this kind of weird little loop around to get where you need to go. And for the third time, we're cutting through this place because, you know, there's no other way to get to the other side of this fort.
Not until much, much later in the game when you unlock bird mode. But that is so much later, and we want the second level of dragon powers much, much before then that it's not. It's not really a real consideration to wait. Unless you were doing like Shawnee and No Dragons Run, in which case you would wait.
Yeah, okay, Shawnee got past Pincher, so he's all good. And just like the previous Dragon Train before, it is a one-on-one fight for Ryu. At least he's a lot better equipped than he was before.
Got the 2 dragon powers, but this is a harder fight.
Yes. Did pick the marble too, which... I always find weird. The Marble 2 is essentially the same thing as the Marble 1. It can't be used during Dragon form though.
So there's 2 types of crits. There is a super crit, and that's what the Marble 2 is meant to do.
I do know that it's worth a considerable more amount of money.
Well, it's much rarer.
Yeah.
But Blink has dealt with the bane of his existence.
Yeah. Like, just look how more offensive you can be because you just having a dragon form to begin with, and then the marble ones on top of it.
Now, theoretically, if you would crit every time, it would be faster to auto battle. In fact, it might even be faster sometimes without it, but the crits being that guaranteed damage, you know the fight works out without having to heal.
I mean, if you were doing a task, you could. Because I did say that this game, it rolls RNG every frame, so you could actually manipulate the RNG with a task to guarantee crit every time, dodge every time. Kind of stupid. Kind of ridiculously stupid.
We're in Gust, which is Crazy Town. They're going crazy because of this flower, and we're investigating the purpose and means of why people are crazy by coming up to here.
Yeah. The flowers on the mountain, the pollen from the flowers are being blown down the valley into the city, essentially. And if there's one thing I can universally agree upon to hate, it's pollen. Ugh. It's that time of the year for where I live, where the pollen count is really high and my allergies are there.
Here's Court. Court's one of the most even-tempered villains you'll ever meet.
You can tell, because look at that close-up on his face. You don't get that kind of close-up unless you're particularly evil.
Johnny going ahead and getting the coconut for much, much later in the game. But if you get it early, then you don't forget it.
So he places a curse on us that forces us to shrink down to the size of cockroaches. In fact...
Hey, size of mice. Let's...
Well, we're gonna fight cockroaches, right?
Yes, trigger warning. Most disgusting boss of the game incoming.
I mean, how bad can it possibly be? Alright, Shawnee's got his rod. He is off to go do a little bit of fishing.
As you do.
Fishing is a great hobby.
Now, like any RPG, different bosses have their gimmicks, and in this one, they're actually very vulnerable to physical hits. So you're going to see attack up used a lot, and the gimmick of them is a bit annoying in that when you kill a Phase 1 roach, it ends the turn. It acts like you're going to Phase 2 because it launches Phase 2 on that one roach, a la what you just saw, and you don't get the rest of the turns from that round.
Mm-hmm. Bye, Nina.
I actually specifically buy a rope so that she won't die there.
Yeah, see, even though Ryu used the boomerang to attack all the enemies, because the first enemy it hit went to the second win, the boomerang did not do damage to the other two. Again, this game's a little weird with sometimes because of the second win mechanic.
But then you just get to spam a lot of damage with that B-Rang.
It is really nice. Shame we don't get to use it tri-rank.
Even Nina will do very decent amounts of physical damage. She'll hit him for like upwards of 80 on a crit, I think.
I mean, assuming she's allowed to do it.
There you go, that fight is clear. So how small are those pieces of cheese? Yeah,
Pretty
there's a lot of
small.
them, but that's some small cheese.
I mean, cheese crumbles.
The mice are nice enough to give you a complete heal, and then we'll be able to progress. So most bosses were used to fighting twice, phase 1, phase 2. About to get a boss where we don't have a phase 2, but I believe we get to fight the same boss 3 times.
Yeah, so one thing to note. So
is that there's flashing lights, because apparently Blink wants to be sure people know there's flashing lights.
Yes. So unfortunately, the most powerful dragon form is the Bolt Dragon. And the Bolt Dragon, it has its attack does create some flashing lights, because this game was originally designed to be played on a CRT TV, and how else do you make it seem like you're using lightning back then, right? And Blink is playing on original hardware, where Shawnee is playing on the Nintendo Switch NSO version, which the NSO version does tone it down a little bit. So the warning is there. Better safe than sorry. See, it is quite flashy, and you use this attack a lot.
One of the things they didn't do great in Breath of Fire is where the save points are, in that they're often back at the town before the dungeon instead of in the dungeon or anywhere near the boss. So, as we see Blink out to a pretty good lead, there is a risk factor there that's going to come up in a couple bosses that you can lose a lot of time when one boss goes off the rails.
Yeah, so if you are sensitive to flashing lights, you have been warned. I do actually recommend you look away. It is actually really bad.
It's also going to happen for the rest of the game. It's going to be constant on every single boss we fight.
It is by far the most powerful attack. We really don't have a better option.
Until we replace it with even more flashing. And then this scene happens. And you know why this scene triggers me? Because why can't we walk that fast?
Yeah, that bothers me too. God, would it kill them to give a run button or something?
I think they were actually experimenting with it a la the couch.
Mm-hmm. No, instead they want to have everybody walk around doing the Belmont strut,
Like many games, there's items that were left on the cutting room floor didn't make it into the game, but there's some hidden data out there that people have scraped from the game.
Alright, here it comes again. You've been warned.
The couch was an item that didn't quite make it into the main game.
Mm-hmm.
So we got a giant fly as Shawnee is trying to deal with the bane of his existence. And pretty straightforward fight. So the way the game intended you to do it was to go down to the frog cave, only to find out they wanted you to come back here and get the fly. Also, remember to actually pick up the fly.
Just in case. You don't want to just, walk away without it. I guarantee most people that played this game for the first time did.
No, why wouldn't it just be auto-added to your inventory? That's obviously what happens in video games.
It happens in this game a lot. They just hand it to you.
Alright, getting a lot of menuing done before warping to Tunlin. Tunlin puts us closer to the Frog Cave, where we have to exchange the fly for the oil that Blue says will heal Nikolai. Nikolai is a bridge builder who's helping us advance.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, he had like this whole backstory of being involved with one of the generals. Like having history.
I don't know, Cord experimented on him.
I could be mixing the two up. I'm a lot less familiar of the lore of the second half of the game, so I'm probably going to get corrected or scolded by somebody at some point.
Nah, we're just here to enjoy the game.
Yeah.
And make some bad jokes along the way.
It comes with the 90s in general, right? You kind of have to laugh because games like this from the day, right? The translations are rough. You kind of have to take things that either at face value or you would take it in like, what did they really mean to say kind of context, you know?
Oh, hey, where Shawnee is, I meant to mention, we go up this path specifically because it's the only one without a fight that pops up. The other ones will all have this goblin dude show up.
And we don't need to have any more encounters than we already do. Meanwhile, Shawnee is gonna get that shrinking feeling.
Blue looked into a crystal ball to find out what the future holds. Chat, some of you may not make it, but that's a sacrifice she's prepared to make.
Yeah, I'm well aware of Capcom doing in-house for Breath of Fire 2. And they didn't do that good of a job with Breath of Fire 2's translation. It really showed their inexperience.
I'm telling you, Woolsey's the man. Do you really want to be in a world without Son of a Submariner being a line in a video game chat? I mean, just that alone.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't exactly grow up with Woosley stuff. I didn't get in RPGs until the PlayStation 1.
I mean,
but I get it. I get it.
RPG console, in my opinion, is between SNES and PS1. They both got some contenders.
Like if we want to talk esoteric PS1 games that are non-popular, like I'm talking like Suikoden, Wild Arms.
Best game all time, but yeah, throw in Wild Arms.
Yeah, Wild Arms was great. Legend of Legaia.
Beyond the Beyond was torturous, but it existed.
God, did it exist.
And then they ported a bunch of the NES RPGs, so you had Final Fantasy 1 through 6 available on the PS1, which was fantastic.
And that's how I got to experience those games. I played it on the PlayStation 1, including Chrono Trigger. Let me tell you, that's how good those games were. That I could play those games on the PS1 with their horrible load times and still really like what I played.
Alright, the flower is destroyed, so that will stop people from being crazy. Cord again proves he's the most even-tempered villain that you'll run across. He's like, okay, fine, we'll just deal with this another day.
Alright, you win. Have your little march and your parades. I'm gonna go sulk and think about my next evil scheme. That's all for now.
So a little bit of the different strats here on this fight for Shawnee. He had the bigger hammer on Ox and was dealing a lot more damage that way, and is not using the marble ones that Blink was using.
Yeah, it might be a cost-cutting measure for him.
Yeah, it's not a huge advantage. 1 or 2, maybe, but I think for the fight, on average, you're going to do better with the attack up spell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also Ruga for the second time. Ruga Reduce.
I mean, it's literally a different colored sprite of Gremlin. Which, if we didn't have the Jolt Dragon, alarm bells would be going off. That felt good. Just to see any form of gremlin go down that fast feels good.
Chat tells us Breath of Fire 2, the original text isn't great at explaining things either.
I mean,
a lot of RPGs are cryptic in the sense that they want you to talk to every NPC to get hints, and how well they've explained the puzzle mileage will vary.
It's kind of this thing with just games in general, right? Like, even though it's not an RPG, it's RPG adjacent. It is also like one of the notorious games of like bad translation and that is extremely cryptic. Castlevania 2. That game is like notorious for being cryptic about where to go and what to do. It's just something that you're going to encounter in games occasionally, especially the older games. And heck, I've played a lot of newer games that can be just as cryptic. It's just that it's a lot easier to figure out where to go because if I get stuck, I can now go on my computer, ask online what the hell to do.
I think Shawnee used the wrong dragon form, or was he doing this intentionally to save MP? No,
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's reverting because it's the wrong form.
Yeah, he probably fat fingered. Yeah, because Jolt Dragon is just one button down below of the Lightning Dragon.
Extra turns of the Rage Hammer, just to show it off. Blink showing off where that other Marble 1 purchase was, and they're cheaper there. Then the Maestro's house has two of the most important items of the game. The Maestro is for being able to talk to people in Tunlin later. Very important. And there's this strange box there. And it says you need somebody stronger. Then you try and move it with Ox. And it says you need somebody stronger.
And then Ox feels very self-conscious.
So we need somebody stronger than Ox to move that box. Shawnee is about to go fly hunting.
Yeah, I'm just quickly going over some of my notes that I had here, because...
Okay, well, I'll talk about this fight, because this is a setup fight as well. So Court is the Horntoad, and he will primarily attack the person first in order, where Blue is right. This is usually where you can throw some spells at him as well, but looks like Blink is just gonna save the frames by not doing that. There's a Death Warp that's coming up that we also want to take advantage of, and this is the fight where we're gonna set that up at. So the only person we're actually worried about living here is Ryu as the dragon. Karn living as Shin is perfectly fine because he reverts back to 1 HP, and that's good as well. but we ultimately want this fight to kill Blue, Nina, and Ox.
Also, yes, for whatever reason in this game, they really, really like to have Toads as boss fights.
I was surprised to see the Marble 1 strats on this fight. I say that mainly because this is one you're not necessarily worried about beating the boss as fast as you can, because you've got so much setup you want it to do for you.
Yeah, it is kind of convenient for that.
Alright, well, he took care of the business we needed taken care of, and now we just gotta win. He has just about as much HP in Phase 2 as he does Phase 1, so now I fully understand the marbles here. And there's the fight.
Cool. And with that, Horntoad done. Bleh. Sorry, long morning.
We can advance.
It's time to leave Gust and head out to Gremor.
Nikolai finally got to build his bridge. It took something like a half hour. And being turned into a monster 3 times. But he finally built his bridge.
Not the most annoying bridge thing I've seen in an RPG, but yeah.
Alright, so you get a subtle hint that you need to come here because there's the girl with the bow in her hair. And this is finding out that there's a mole here, they need an item from Tunland, they give us a cowl, the cowl lets us understand people in Tunland. We can actually do stuff there now.
Yep, don't worry, we'll be back to help the mole people eventually.
But only because we have to.
Pretty much. Particularly we need to get another party member who... I don't think combat-wise gets used ever?
Seraphite.
Is that it, really? I just know that you
promote as well, but that's not really necessary.
No, from what I've seen a mode, it's usually Karin, Ryu, Nina, and Gobi I've seen. Where you just have Gobi.
Mothro's the one I'm thinking of. Well, anyways, we'll see it when we get there. It's he gets brought in as a backup.
I see.
I think Shawnee will probably use him more because of the Rage Hammer, actually.
Yeah, probably. I know the only other item they're going to pick up to use in battle is the Trident, because like the Rage Hammer, it's just a good single target use item that does consistent damage. It's also magic, which is actually something important. And oh, good, he got the coconut.
Yeah, there's another chance to pick up the coconut, but this is a good time to do it.
Yeah.
I'm hyper paranoid about forgetting things because I've been known to forget things. So I'm like Shawnee, and I like to do it at the earliest chance you get.
I can completely get that. Usually, though, the general rule of thumb is do it when you feel like it's the most convenient for you to remember to do it. It's not necessarily the best way to do it, it's just the best for you to do it.
Meanwhile, plot. Turns out that they have the time key here. We'd like the time key. Princess wants to give time key to Zog, because Zog promised her immortality, and she's too stupid to realize that's a lie. The old woman wants to not have Zog get the time key, and wants us to steal the time key so that Zog can't get the time key, and then all this happens.
God, even her sprite is kind of like obstinate.
Well, yeah, what's up with the wings there? Because the people of Tunland don't have wings, so she's like wearing something intentionally frilly or whatnot.
It's like a peacock with their feathers spread out. You know what I mean?
Something like that, I guess. But anyways, nothing to do but have a brouhaha.
And Johnny is getting sweet, sweet revenge on Ruga X that looks like Gremlin and therefore is close enough for revenge.
And Ruga's down for the count. Cyril, meanwhile, got away with the time key. So all we could do is fight about it. Happy little tune for a fight, don't you think?
I haven't heard music so out of place since I played Donkey Kong Country 3 on the Game Boy Advance. And I'm not joking, seriously. If you play that version of that game on the Game Boy Advance, they swapped out several music tracks that were dark and ominous and stuff with very catchy, happy tunes. It's weird.
It's what you do sometimes.
Coincidentally, I know that this game got ported to the Game Boy Advance, and for the most part, it is a one-to-one game, except for the fact that they quadrupled the amount of XP and money you get from random encounters.
That was necessary. There's some other features. I think you can dash in that game or just move faster.
I heard about it coming on the Game Boy Advance, but unfortunately for me, it's like, I never saw it being sold, like, ever. I think I want to say it was probably like a very limited release. Yeah, play the GBA version. I wouldn't say the Super Nintendo version is bad. It's completely playable. It's just casually, it's way harder because of just how shortchanged on money and XP you are. It's a very grindy game.
Yeah, now they intended you to take a lot more encounters. They just didn't give you enough experience for them. But we have started what I think is everybody's least favorite section of the game, the dream sequences.
And why would you say that? Is it just a lot of back and forth, or is it just kind of like just some annoying fights? Why would you say this is your least?
All the above. I mean, walls are a suggestion becomes seeing walls are a suggestion. The back and forth.
Yeah, I can totally get where visually it can be a little grainy. Uh,
So yeah, you can either count your steps or you can figure out visual cues for where these walls are. I run into the walls and use them as boundary points to tell me when to turn.
I forget if there's like any sound effects that go off if you actually run into a wall.
No, but you stop moving, so it's pretty obvious.
Ah.
They are real walls, you just can't see them.
Shawnee going through his horny toad. Yeah. Shawnee, unfortunately, has had a lot of micro time losses that has slowly been adding up.
Oh,
It's the kind of
place. This place is the reason why this place is the worst.
Alright. Yeah.
So these little invisible shortcuts, and there's little invisible blocked ways that you can't go.
Yeah, I can see where going through this for your first time would be a big headache, especially if like you weren't using marble threes.
First 100 times.
I feel like I'm hearing some resentment.
Was I too subtle for it to be clear?
I think I got it.
So anyways, you're also setting up a death warp, so you're very tight on your steps there, because you want to be able to get into a fight as soon as you go back in.
So correct me if I'm wrong. We're basically in the dream world of this mole person's mind, right?
Yeah, this is all in Mogu's mind.
Yeah. And we're trying to help Courage out here. See, this is where I want to pull out one of my favorite jokes from Futurama. And that is, who needs courage when you've got a gun? Here you go. Take it.
Good news, everyone! We're stuck in a dream!
Yay!
Alright, so now we get a very odd party, and Marble 3 runs off just when we want it to, so Blink is gonna get in a fight. Not the best fight you could get here, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Karm was literally the only person left alive.
And he only had 1 HP, because that's what happens after he comes out of transform.
And like I said, the only punishment for dying is just you lose some money. And Money Route has gotten significantly easier on the runners. A lot of what they plan to use for combat, equipment-wise, is going to be found in chests, or in the case of fishing, a well.
Yeah, and we just ignore a lot of upgrades because they generally don't matter that much.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy to me that early game equipment matters a good bit, and then levels matter a good bit, and then everything just drops off hard.
Yeah, you
Like,
get warping,
real
you get
hard.
dragon powers. Hey, we might have Shawnee and Blink in the tower at the same time. Maybe not the same floor. The Marble 3s, I don't think we mentioned this, they generally try to use the next Marble 3 the step before it would run out. That way you don't get the extra text box pop-up, because a couple of seconds over the course of an hour's long run really starts to add up.
Mm-hmm. I also had a talk with Shawnee about this, and we both reminisced. Me and him both play a lot of Pokemon games, so we're spoiled by when there's now a prompt that just pops up that says, "Oh, would you like to use another repel?" Boy, I would love to have that in this game. Uh-oh. There might be a problem. Shawnee is messaging me in Discord, and he says he might be soft locked.
Huh.
I'm not sure what exactly went wrong, because I'm not exactly where in the flags he is.
He just got to Tunlun.
Right?
No, not Tunlun. He had gone to Grammar for the first time. Did he not get the cowl, or maybe didn't get the Maestro? He may not have the Maestro. I don't want to give myself false memories.
Yeah, same.
He doesn't have the Maestro. He doesn't have the Maestro. Tell him Gust. Just take Gust. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that's hard until the flash of realization comes in, because, yeah, it explains it perfectly. You can hear them because you have the cowl. You can't speak to him because he doesn't have the Maestro. And you can't get the Maestro until after you destroy the flower.
Right? Okay, yeah, because we do remember he did take that out. There's a lot of little triggers in this game and flags that you have to do that are very easy to forget.
Plus, if it's gone wrong for you before, it's easier to remember that happens.
Yeah. It's also... This might also be a little bit of a consequence of like how Shawnee has been practicing this game lately. He hasn't had the time to do full practice runs of this game as he would like to have had. Instead, he's been doing, he's been practicing the run in parts. So that, like, forgetting little details like the Maestro could have been just a consequence of how he's chosen to practice this game.
That's
I'm not saying
very
the way he.
true, and also with
Yeah.
that experimenting, he's been redoing his notes. Well, he hasn't had a full playthrough with the set of notes that he's using right now. This
Hmm.
is the first time out for that, and maybe you needed to put something in bold that you didn't before.
Possibly, yeah. Ultimately, what he did isn't wrong, right? Not everybody has the time to do a full 6-hour speedrun. And practicing it in a way that's comfortable for you, that lets you live your life, be an adult, whatever it is you have to do, right? It's just that if there was a reason you forgot something like this is what I think caused it.
Yeah, and it's one of the fun things about this game is that there are the other modes you can do. Like, I got into 10% because it is a whole lot easier to sit down for 3 hours than it is for 6.
And for me, I've been doing Gremlin because that's about like an hour and 10 minutes, hour 20 minutes.
Yeah, and DJ% is something that can easily be done in an hour.
And I'm not even taking it too terribly seriously. I don't plan to record or put on stream. For me, it was just something fun to do and learn while I was also learning the any percent run for this game. Because if it isn't obvious, there's a lot to remember and keep track of in this game.
Oh yes, you have to have notes, even. No matter how many times you do this, I think you have to have notes. Logo has a skill called Dig, and that was used to pick up a root, which is also going to be used later, and it's used here to get the second fusion spell for Karn, and this is proof that Karn is a big doofus.
Oh, no. See, you did not use the word of doof in vain. Not allowed.
So that is going to be very big for the next boss we fight.
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently the Shawnee's notes broke in the background as part of the issue.
You know what? Considering how he's meticulous he's about those notes, I'm not surprised that something like that went wrong. He's been adding to and correcting those notes for the last week. I have those same notes open up right now on my browser.
Did Blink get the sash? Because if you're staying at this inn, you better be getting the sash. At least I think so. The sash gives little attack power, so you add that to Karn, and then Shin does a little bit more damage, and Doof does a little bit more damage. It's
Right.
not too much, it's like 10 to 15 a hit, but it adds up.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of any sash when I was going through the any set notes, so it might have been one of the things I glossed over. There's a lot to gloss over in the notes.
It's available in the Gust Inn, so it's something I'll get before the Roach fight and have it on Shin for that fight. Then from the front row, he's usually on a normal hit. If it's not a weak hit, he might even one-shot a Roach from the front row, but he definitely will if he slams.
Right. Dig a hole, dig a hole, dig a hole. That dupe transformation is glorious. Look at that luxurious hair.
Alright, so Dream World Part 2. Technically somebody else's dream, but we'll take it, because we have to.
And Shawnee is making his way into the dream world.
This tower is annoying to walk north on, because when you're going north, you don't really have good markers. Whenever you're going south like this, you generally just have to remember, am I going left or right?
Mm-hmm. It is something in this game that is honestly struggles quite a bit with its labyrinth dungeon layouts. There's just very lack of visual landmarks.
Well, I think that was intentional. I think they were going for, how can we make this harder? Well, now it's really easy to get lost because you can't really see which direction you're going in.
I know. It's very much an old school dungeon crawler mentality, where this was just the norm. This is what you played this genre for back then, right? Everybody wanted to make the next Dragon Quest game, you know? Or the next Final Fantasy.
Even
So
though
if I had
we're
to-
still struggling at that point.
But if I had to point out at any game that I think actually nailed dungeons on the Super Nintendo, it's Lufia 2.
Some of the puzzles were a stretch.
I really liked the dungeons in that game, so I greatly appreciated the challenge.
This is the hardest of the floors to navigate, because you really get the least cue. There's like this supernova in the background, which is your best bet.
Alright, time for Moat. A fight that, well, you'll see.
I was hoping to see our runners very close to each other for this one, because they have pretty different strats to play here.
Yeah, there's quite a number of ways how you can take the Moat fight on. There is a general rule of the fight that you have to follow, but it's surprisingly more flexible than you think.
So you mentioned the trident earlier. This is where we're going to pick it up.
Yep. Just a really good battle item.
Well, I take that back. I don't know if Blink is going to. Blink may be on old school strats.
Possibly.
I've only done this twice before. Okay, he is going to do it. It's big for two reasons that'll be more clear when we're in the fight, but it's it helps the damage in two different ways. That's the
Yes.
short version.
It isn't like, my god, I'm really glad I have this extra damage. Because we're at the point where, with Jolt Dragon and with Duke, our damage output is going to start hitting those, cap numbers, which in this game is 999. One of the few times in this game we actually have a save point in the middle of a dungeon.
And here's your trigger warning on the spinning. Alright, so your job, Chad, should you choose to accept it, is to memorize which direction we were going in before you walked onto the spinner so that you can keep walking in the same direction as the entire floor spins around to disorient you.
Thanks! I hate it.
For my part, I have it broken down very, very specifically of every spinner. This is the direction you're going.
I will say this. This is a little bit easier to follow than the back in the ocean with the whirlpool. And that's mostly just because the constant blue spinning around was more offensive to my senses than this.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Of the bosses remaining, I would say this is the most challenging.
I agree. It has the most unique strategies that you have to employ in battle. For the most part, fight against Zog, for example. It's everything you're used to and more.
And then yes, this dungeon forces you to know where invisible traps are to be able to navigate successfully. Enjoy!
By the way, did we ever mention that we'd recommend playing this game with a guide if you ever want to do it casually?
Or you can just have fun. Do whatever's fun. Have fun with games. That's what they're there for.
There's just moments in this game where I'm just like, boy, I really wish somebody told me how to not fall for that. Anyways, this boss needs to be censored, so it's only fair. So, do you want to explain this fight, or should I?
Go for it.
Alright, so this pixelated mess of a boss, Boat Ear, is very unique in how it takes damage. As you deal physical damage to it, it becomes more resistant to physical damage and becomes more vulnerable to magic. And the true is vice versa. Deal more magic damage to it, it becomes more vulnerable to physical damage. So the goal here is to balance out using both physical and magical damage so that you're constantly hitting high damage numbers. I forget exactly which one does which, but I know that doing multiple, I think it's magic damage, will actually shrink its pixels to the point where it's got one pixel left. It's got some interesting visuals to go along with it.
Yes, this is a 3-stage fight. You have to deal enough damage for the conscience to show up, and then now we can get started. Ryu has that dragon sword that we fished up earlier, which is his second best sword of the game, and by far the best we have access to right now. Doof does a lot of damage. Doof is very, very strong, and Doof is ready to smash.
Yep. Like that. 600 damage. And this is very important for Ryu and Doof to do physical damage. You're not seeing the Dragon Transformation here, is because Dragon Transformation is magical damage. And like I said,
an alternate strategy, but with the Trident strats, there's absolutely no reason to do it anymore, because now you can get the Ryu hits in as well.
Uh-huh.
So the Trident does that guaranteed damage, and if you cast a spell, that's magic +1 on the scale of mode. If you use the Earth Key, or Trident, or Rage Hammer, that's magic +2. So you give yourself 2 physical hits for every one time you use the Trident. Doof is also pretty resilient.
Yes, he is. I gotta at least applaud the developers for making a boss like this. This is pretty creative for the era.
I think you could just stop at creative.
Oh, I mean, you didn't, like, for me, I didn't start seeing stuff like this until, like early 2000s when indie games were kind of rolling around, you know?
I mean, just from a creative perspective of the boss, I think you put this on the same level as Magus.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to even talk, like, even, like, earlier, this is straight up missing no from Pokemon.
Dave, thank you for the good luck to our runners. They need all that they can get. Now, because mode is just attacking one at a time, as long as we stick on the plan, we're okay. Shouldn't go too off the rails, but you can see where this really is a challenging fight when we've been breezing through the last few bosses. That bot didn't update. Well, these are good runners. If you click on Breath of Fire, open it in a new window, you can see them. Easiest way I know to give them a shout out. Oh, that works. Mod powers.
Right. Let's see.
Also, Ryu has picked up the Earth Robe. That was the item that was under the box that was too heavy for even Ox. You needed somebody stronger. And that Earth Robe causes him to absorb elemental magic damage. So he heals instead of takes damage from this Inferno.
It basically makes Ryu immortal this entire fight.
He is very hard to kill from here on.
Yes.
So this is where the fight can start going wrong, when Moat starts killing off the support team that's using the items, and then you need to dedicate turns to doing other things. But Moat is down, Blink has gotten through.
Yeah, and just in time, Shawnee gets due finally. Yeah, you need the revive ox there, Shawnee.
And now Shawnee's gonna go get that Earth Robe.
Yep.
Final trip to Gust.
He get.
I didn't see if he got the sash earlier. I think he did. So there's these various marks on the overworld that indicate something, like Nina is standing on right there, indicates that it's a big point. There's some doors that open when you use a form called Puka from Shin. We won't be getting anything out of those because there's nothing valuable enough for us to do it. And then other places like this, you can go fishing. Everybody get ready for the ducks. Here come the ducks. This is their big moment. We finally get to see ducks in this run. Anytime now when the menu finishes.
Hurry, can't possibly wait any longer.
I didn't expect this to be a long menu when I started. There we go, there's the ducks.
Ducks!
And we got our shoutouts to both the runners. Thank you, Mods. Alright, so once the town of Spring is thawed to actually be spring instead of, a frozen tundra, you're able to advance through the game by going through a tunnel into the waterfall.
Because, there's a waterfall. Of course there's something behind it.
And that brings us all the way to where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? There's the town of Carmen and a few more steps. I spoke too soon. There it is!
Yeah, it's a little further south. Just a hair.
It's not like there were any fights in between.
As there should.
Chad wants to know why was Carmen never in San Diego? Play where in the USA is Carmen San Diego?
Well, back then, I'm trying to think, was there anything really interesting in San Diego during the 90s?
The Golden Gate Bridge.
That's San Francisco, dude.
Oh. It's California. It's all the same.
Take offense to that.
But they had a football team.
Yeah, they have the Chargers.
Alright, so this dungeon is another different mechanic, which is it has these warp tiles you have to use to help navigate, because they warp you through walls.
No, I don't like Team Rocket Hideout. I think the more important, the reason why Carmen was never in something like San Diego was simply, can you honestly say if there are of any real, like famous historical landmarks in San Diego?
I mean, she could just tilt the football stadium. I'm sure they got some kind of gold rush thing somewhere.
No, Gold Rush was purely Northern California.
That's an interesting path through the teleports. I've never done it that way.
Whatever works, right?
Chat wants to know if the San Diego Zoo counts. I think it depends if they have something like panda bears on display. If they got something rare like that, then you're talking.
I mean, the San Diego Zoo is famous for tourism, but not historians. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make, is history here. Anyways, we're gonna get off track. We can talk more about catchy theme song villains another day. Because now we're going to talk about time travel. Yay!
Just as long as we don't have to start going Star Trek time paradoxes in here.
And I've seen this movie before. Don't touch anything. You end up messing around in the past. Monkeys end up ruling in the future. Are we seriously going to break into a discussion of why Carmen Sandiego wouldn't be caught at a local burger joint?
Maybe they have really good hamburgers. I mean, probably not in California, but maybe.
Yeah, there's lots of good burger joints up here.
Moat Scotches gonna let Shawnee go on towards Moat.
Yeah, his strategy should be relatively much the same as what Blink was doing with the Trident.
He'll use Rage Hammer instead of Earth Key, so that will add an extra 50 damage around, I believe.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to do this dungeon twice.
Because, reasons.
Early RPGs, they had to stretch the dungeons.
Had that time out. Otherwise, it didn't feel like a real RPG.
I think in theory,
Could be
goal
worse.
back in then was to make the gameplay somewhere around the 20-hour mark for a casual player.
That sounds about right. I mean, it could be worse. They could have done some really obnoxious stuff, especially with at the time. You know how game developers were encouraged to make their game artificially harder, so that when people went to go to a Blockbuster to rent their game, they couldn't beat the game in 1 week and rent it.
Well, that's more the arcade philosophy of make them eat quarters. No, game companies didn't like the rental companies. Nintendo fought Blockbuster in a big way for that back then.
Yep, and they lost, and they really hated it. These days, renting still kind of exists, but it's not nearly as prevalent. Especially with these big AAA budget releases where you buy one game that takes over 100 hours to even be most of the game. It just makes no sense to rent those kinds of games, you know?
So we got the reunion between Cyril and Alan. They were childhood friends, etc. And Cyril got ostracized from town. Alan was her only friend, and let's get in a fight.
And now it is the Doof and Dragons show.
Yeah, who can both do substantial amounts of damage, so this is not exactly a high-threat boss.
Choosing not to use the marble once. He is getting a little low on marbles, I noticed.
Yeah, specifically you want to save 5 at this point. So it's like you can use up whatever you have, but you need to save 5. And Shawnee's getting started on the main event fight with Moat here. Time flow returning to normal there. Trying to take a lot of damage. Probably gonna have to cast heal on next turn.
Yeah, the one thing he absolutely does not want to do is to take a break from using any of the magic items.
Kinda is unintentionally. This fight's a little off sequence for him.
Yeah. Opting to swap out Nina for Gobi. At this point, he just needs an alive party member that can use items.
The way I like to start this fight is, since Ryu is getting buffed anyways, is I'll have him use one of the magic items the first turn, move the count that way, so that I'm more in line to do the physicals the rest of the fight. It's a subtle thing that I think improves at least the RNG.
Oh, there goes Gobi. Like we said, we kind of don't give any gear to characters like Gobi or Bo.
With the new strats, you really would prefer to have the 4 people up instead of just 2. When you're down to just 2, you could dragon form and then auto battle. But now there's more value in using the items.
He might be forced to do that here.
Yeah, like I said, this one was a little off track early. So reviving everyone to be able to get the items back up.
I'm surprised he didn't consider maybe swapping out to bring in Lou and Mia
That they're
and
already
have
dead.
them. Yeah, but then use the draw.
These are your more durable characters, so they're better for this purpose. You would want Nina to be casting spells to do the buffs, the attacks kind of thing, but once you're past that, you're better off with Mogu, who can maybe take a hit or two.
Anyways, he is in the second win phase, so... And I'm sorry for not talking about what's going over on Blink's side here. It's just that this is actually a really important boss fight for Shawnee to get done right. And let's just say time travel shenanigans are happening on the left screen. And leave it at that.
We got the time key out of all of that is what it comes down to. Yeah, Shawnee looks in a good place now. He's recovered significantly. It was pretty intense there. And Nina goes to use the time key, and that doesn't go very well. Someone in chat asked earlier, don't you have to go the third time to get that last treasure chest? And we don't need that last treasure chest.
And Shawnee is done. A big sigh of relief from him, I imagine.
Yeah, GG. He was on plan C or D by then.
Ultimately, speedrunning RPGs is something I have a good fondness for, because ultimately, if it's a game you really, really love, you won't miss things like that.
I have a rule that I won't speedrun my favorite game. I'll do any other, but not my favorite.
I'm not saying your favorite, I'm just saying a game you really love.
Yeah, you generally need to enjoy the game because you're going to be playing a lot of it if you're learning a speedrun. I just wouldn't do it with my favorite.
That's fair. Like for me, my favorite RPG is Chrono Cross, and I refuse to speedrun that game because I heard just how volatile that run can be based on whether or not you get certain stats based off of level ups, and that just sounds miserable. I love that game way too much.
Alright, Shawnee gonna go fishing. Here comes the ducks.
Quack. Such a majestic creature. I wouldn't recommend Legend of Dragoon as a speed game anyways. A lot of the most powerful stuff in Legend of Dragoon is to use magic spells, and all you do is just mash the X button really, really hard. You don't do any of the actually interesting stuff that's in Legend of Dragoon. like the additions or the dragons, because they just take too long. There's unfortunately some really good RPGs out there that just don't make for the most interesting speed games.
Yeah, sometimes the speedrun strat is just so broken that it can make the game uninteresting. Blink is picking up another important item here. This is the pea fish. We need 4 ingredients for an item called the tonic, and we've been collecting those as we go along. That was the coconut from Tunland, that was the root from outside Vermore, the pea fish from that bridge, and we need the W antler. Which I assume is white antler, since the deer that drops it is white. Or albino if you prefer. Well, I'm not sure the eyes are red, I don't know.
I'm really glad they gave you some other way to get the antler without having to actually do hunting.
There's actually 2 of them available, and I've messed with that a little bit because it has the added effect of healing 100 AP, which is pretty sweet.
I mean, that is a nice healing item, yeah.
So there's one in Aurora, and there's the one in the dude's house.
Oh, hi, Nina. You look different.
That's adult Nina. Adult Nina get a change of clothes, and once she regains her memory, she can turn into the bird now. So now we get our unrestricted world access.
There we go. Bird. Is this what fast movement is supposed to feel like? Okay, land on the spot. There we go.
Landing is hard.
Yeah, it's especially since we're a 2D sprite over or over a 3D field. You know, kind of hard to. It didn't give you like a shadow or anything, you know?
It's really sort of a best effort. So you're in a phase now, once you can fly places, where you need to do some things for progression, which includes this sequence with the elevator. Never mind the fact that you have a bird. Apparently you can't fly high enough to just get on top of the tower, even though the dragons can. But don't think too much about it. And there's also some cleanup of some really sweet gear and power-ups that we don't have yet, that we now have the ability to get. Hey, Shawnee took a different route this time.
Whatever works, right?
I've jokingly said I don't think I ever take the same route through there twice.
I mean, there's so many panels. I could totally just see people just casually screwing up. Yeah, but as we said, levels really don't matter too much in this speedrun. Gear, on the other hand, if it's really powerful stuff, it's totally worth going after.
There's like a couple of places where levels matter, like the reuse HP is still fairly significant until we get his final dragon power, so we gotta get through another fight here before his HP becomes irrelevant. Alright, so I mentioned earlier that whatever else you did with the marbles, you had to save 5. Here we go.
We've got
It actually
9
has
there.
extra.
Yeah.
Use 2 of these and then probably cure. Or he cured in advance. Okay, sure. No, wait, I'm thinking of a different mode where I've got more HP. Like I said, HP still matters.
Yeah, because all the other stats in this game, like your defense, your attack power, for the most part, is affected by can be influenced by equipment. HP is not one of them.
I think also he took a slam from Grimfowl, so yes, you would move up cure by a turn in that case. One more hit will do it.
And that's another dragon trial done.
So if I recall correctly, this is the Ruda Shrine. Ruda gets no use because as soon as you get it, you can get Angie. Or Angaya. I don't know how people pronounce it. I go with Angie.
I'll work with Angie. More fun to say that one. It makes it sound like, oh, he Angie.
You may recall this place because we've been here before. This is where we got the cleansing water that fixed the zombie situation earlier.
That was like
3 hours ago.
3 hours ago, yeah. Nah, it was well over 3 hours ago.
Yeah, it may have been 4. Closer to 4 than 3, at least.
Yeah, exactly. As you'll quickly learn in this game, there is a chance that you're going to revisit a place at least more than once.
Alright, so now because we have the guilds, we can get down here, and we have all the dragon forms, which means we can learn the final dragon form. And you have to have all the party members to do that. They also have to all be alive to be able to transform.
And they all have to be untransformed themselves, not fused, right?
Right, you can't be in Shin. Not that you'd want to be. Doing the eye claw now. Okay. So, there's this old woman who lives here, and we had no way to access this earlier, because although it's an island you can swim to, you can't get past the rocks until you have bird form who can fly. And she wonders if there's anybody else in the world who likes weapons. Well, some hours ago, we met this old man, who's this tactical guy who likes weapons, and hey, what a pair!
You'll fit just like peanut butter and jelly.
So, he's going to use us to send a list of his collection to her to brag about what all weapons he's got. And she's like, oh, well, maybe he would recognize this thing, because I have this thing, but I don't know what this thing is. And I'd like to know what this thing is. So could you find out could you take him this thing, and maybe he can tell me what this thing is?
I didn't get that after you said thing. What was about the thing again?
You pick up the thing and you take the thing to the guy who looks at the thing to tell you what the thing might be. Because no one is sure what the thing is.
Boy, this is a rather unique thing.
And we're going to take a letter because this is the Parrot Express. Instead of the Pony Express.
I mean, I'll take it because bird go fast.
Yeah, now that you can warp to almost everywhere, you get your fastest overworld travel.
Can I claw, you say? Cool. Now maybe with this I'll actually be able to use that claw machine that I suck at.
Yeah. Oh, we have to repair the parts. We picked up the broken parts. So you go and inspect the elevator, you find out there's stuff that's wrong. You talk to the guy who stole the parts. He's in Spring. He'll give them over to you. You have to take them to the builder dude here to be able to get them fixed so that you can use the elevator, because there's absolutely no way you can fly.
Yeah. So now that we've got Agni, I would say we got a little less than an hour left in this run.
Oh, a good bit less. Because we already have the fishing done and the other dragon forms. So in DJ percent, that would be the differences. You have to run around and get those. So maybe 45.
Yeah. But once we get the all the fixed parts, we're up to Zog's Tower.
Ready to march right in there, aren't we? We're gonna take Zog head on right now.
Yeah, they're just like, wait, aren't you the heroes? That's right. Please, 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 go right ahead. You'll just kill me.
Well, we'll just ride the world's safest elevator.
So,
And we get there eventually.
yeah. Yes.
Don't complain, chat, or we'll turn this elevator right around.
Oh, Shawnee, you don't suck. You're just...
He might have forgot the fruit the first time.
The fruit? Oh.
Well, he just went and picked it up.
Ah. Yeah.
Yeah, Shawnee had a couple things go wrong today.
Yeah, there was just a couple of things he just casually forgot, and I'm not gonna fault him for that. They're the kind of like minor, oh, did you grab this one thing that just says you may continue with this game? You forgot it? Well, go back and get it. You know?
Gotta get the Star Shield. I wasn't sure that Blink would do this. It's a safety strat more than anything, but I admire a good safety strat.
Yeah, this is a marathon run. This is what you do.
We didn't get the life too, though. Free life too in that place.
Probably wasn't on his mind.
There's also a hat you could get, but you really don't care about gear anymore.
Not really, no. The only gear I remember recently looking at and laughing at was the Echo Hat.
The mysterious shadowy figure who's helped us a couple of times told us to come here and get the D-Heart. And that's what we're doing now. And if you're slightly disturbed right now, you may be part dragon.
Alright. Shawnee will now be losing Nina. Why did I say Nina? Yeah.
Deal with the 9 key.
And I think Blink is all set to go to enter Zog.
Yep, got the D-Heart. Did all the dragon stuff. Picked up the Star Shield. I don't know if he equipped the Star Shield yet, but that's not
He likes this
yet.
elevator ride so much, he just wants to do it again.
There's a couple of bosses it would be nice to have the Star Shield for, but you don't have access to it. So, as we ponder why oh why, the only boss remaining that it's going to matter is Jade.
And he's like the second to last fight, right? So.
Yes.
Oh, this should be good. We should be hopefully finishing this run right around the time I can go get lunch.
Don't make me hungry. Fortunately, I had a large breakfast.
I had a thermos of coffee and a muffin. I would just like to have something that isn't sugar.
Chad, keep in mind when he says this, I'm looking at an avatar that's a little bitty dragon and a really big cup of coffee. Earth robe. I'd go ahead and put the Star Shield on then, rather than worry about it later. The difference in damage isn't gonna matter. Personally, I try to keep my menus as trimmed down as I can, because I'm already doing too many with the marbles. I can't step count, so you either have to perfectly memorize where to use the marbles, or count your steps before you use the next marble, and I'm not really good at either one of those things.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, learning to optimize menus is probably arguably the hardest thing to do when you're learning a speedrun for an RPG. Because that's all, for the most part, that's what an RPG speedrun is. Just navigating menus. How well can you do it?
And here's Zog. So we went and get that D-Heart to fight Zog, and now we're not going to use it. Slight improvement here is to use the Trident, and just figured this out earlier this week. So yeah, I'm not surprised that somebody wouldn't use it, but Zog has just a little too much HP to do it on an even number of attacks. So the Trident is a slightly faster attack than the full Engi attack. So on the fly I figured out, oh wait, I'm using Trident now, let's just use one on Zog to work that out. But that's very, very minimal. So Engi has max HP 9999, 999, however many things. 3 of those 9s.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget the pass. Yeah, Johnny's got this. There you go, 95 damage too much. The difference of the trident. Yeah, and you can just heal from cures. So, as long as Ryu's got that Earth Robe on and you've got a stack of cures, you're in pretty good shape.
Yep. This is why you get Agni. Kind of trivializes this fight, honestly.
Nothing wrong with that. There was the trident.
Alright, Shawnee has finally gotten Nina back, so he's going to be doing his little side quest to gear up and get ready to enter Zog's Tower, so that's probably going to be another 10 minutes from now.
So the Earth Robe does 3 things for you. When it absorbs magic, you don't take the damage. You don't take damage. It heals you. And you don't get the damage animation. There's that little noise right there. You get that little noise, that little flash. That doesn't happen when you get healed instead, so that makes the Earth Robe a significant time save against these bosses.
On top of it just being a really good defensive tool.
Well, yes, but we already have Dragon, so purely defensively, that's probably better. Zai goes down! Lafron, thank you for joining us. Alright, Zag has been defeated. Now remember, this whole thing started in part because Zog was trying to collect all of the goddess keys. Remember? Yeah, we've had the Earth Key, the Time Key, Light Key, Dark Key, all those. Remember that, folks, over the last 5 hours? So
Yeah.
all we have to do to make sure the world doesn't end is make sure that never, under any circumstances, no way, no how, do all of the keys come together in the same place at the same time. Get that?
Yeah, sure. Where should I put these keys, by the way?
Well, here's our sister Sarah, and turns out we have all the keys except for one, and she has one of the keys. So all we have to do is make sure we never put all of these keys together, and it's fine.
You fool!
No. She's getting the last key so that we know where it is. And she says we have to destroy the keys. So we're just going to give her the keys, and now that she's holding all of them to destroy them, there's no way they can all end up in the same place, right? What could go wrong?
Hi, Jade.
Oh, apparently that could go wrong.
So, we haven't really been showing off, but there are moments in the game where if you don't know where to go, you can encounter this mysterious stranger in a cloak that will kind of like nudge you in the right direction.
Yeah, that particularly comes up with the key items, so we had to get the pass to get into Scandi, then told us to go get the D-Heart. And things are looking grim on Shawnee's side. Not even a groan? Oh, because this is Avian. Well, whatever. It's the same sprite as Grimfowl, base anyways.
Yeah, just the coloring is different.
So there's the mole people. We saved them.
And with that, Blink is going to be heading towards the final dungeon.
Not quite. Gotta go to Grandma first.
Okay. Yeah, somebody's played this video game before. like I said at the start of this game, Breath of Fire 1 is very traditional. Very traditional story, very traditional plot elements. It's just done in a pretty good way.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Game devs, come on, give us more. Alright, so Mogu's learning how to use the iClaw. Imagine if somebody at Apple had this new idea for a product, and then they go to look up the name and find out this 1990-something RPG beat them to it.
There might be some truth to that story.
Alright, Shawnee working on the Gigny Angie.
And yet again, we come back to the floating island tower.
Yeah, there's a lot of reason to come here. Not just the plot earlier, but there's a bunch of really good gear once you have Karn. So casually, there's very good reason to come back here. But then, of course, the plot brings us back.
Yeah, I don't think any of that gear is good now. I think it's pretty much
no, not now.
Extremely outdated, yeah.
Before we get bird mode, though, it would be a vastly superior armor for Ryu and a vastly superior weapon for Karn. I legit think there's still a question of if we could perhaps optimize Moat better by coming here.
The armor is that significant. It's like an extra 100. Oh, for the
putting
weapon?
the stronger weapon on Karn.
Is the weapon like only like 50 points extra damage or something? Or extra strength, I should say?
Yeah, I don't know the numbers on it. Keep in mind, when I do my runs on 10%, I'm doing them at a higher level. This is where you'd pick up those treasures, by the way, those two statues. But I do it at a higher level, so I've got better stats, so I can't always compare things one-to-one.
Alright, here we go. First things first. Bad things happen.
That's a fun little island. If you go to it once you have bird mode, you see these blue slimes like from the beginning of the game. But then you might see the 3 gold slimes, which is, pretty good. And then you can get the M slime, which is this massive gold slime that looks like one of the bosses, and gives you 9,999 experience in gold.
Ah, so is it like the pinnacle of power kind of like location type thing?
You get the M slime like 1 in 8 times, so it's not super good for farming or anything.
Okay.
Although if I were doing, say, no dragons like Shawnee has mentioned a few times, I would probably end up spending some time there.
Yeah, I know Shawnee's got this whole thing with doing a no dragons route, because that's something he does in Breath of Fire 3. And really, that's all I know. I've never played Breath of Fire 3. It's unfortunately one of those games that's never seen a re-release in any capacity, so it's really hard to get hold of legitimately.
With what Nintendo's been up to lately, though, I do wonder how many more games we're going to see get the remaster treatment, because, boy, in that last Direct, did they give us some.
Yeah, I was more excited for new releases. Personally, I'm usually not one to get hyped over remakes.
Well, my big thing is I like to see these retro games get a remaster release on Steam so that we finally have them on a console that's not getting outdated.
Yeah,
Effectively, we're getting a permanent version of the game, and I absolutely love that thought.
For me, I'm more fine with, like, especially games that either saw no release or is just a very difficult game to get a hold of in general. So I'm down for that.
All right, so real quick, we talked earlier about using Mog in a fight. This is the one. D-Hard is used by Karm because he's fast enough to go first, and then Mog is fast enough to go second, and before Sarah, we get our one hit in, and all is well. And that's Mog's big moment in combat.
Yeah, I don't know what actually has happened to the licensing for the Lunar series. And that's usually a big contention on a lot of these old RPGs is what happened to the licensing.
So there's a nice complete heal right there. All you have to do is drink that water.
Healing's for squares and jumps.
Got some pits you have to avoid here. Alright, so this is a little different route than how I do this. I use a route where you can still see the floor, and thus it's easier. But as long as you can count your steps, you can do this and let the floor be invisible.
And that's definitely looking like what Blink's opting to do here. I unfortunately was born with terrible short-term memory, so I guarantee I would get lost. But the next, I think.
Yeah, though I don't think that was faster, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot about the next fight. Goda.
We're not there yet.
I know. But whenever I see Goda, I can't help but think Stone Man. Goda straight up looks like Stone Man from Mega Man 5.
He almost reminds me of a minor villain in an anime called Yu Yu Hakusho. It's basically a one-for-one clone, and I think the anime took it from this boss, honestly.
Okay, that's a reach, don't you think? I don't know, was Yu Yu Hakusho before this game though? Or was it originally aired around the same time?
I'm guessing the anime copied the game.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I remember hearing about this show, and I thought it was pretty old. That's why I thought this show had to come out like in the 80s, right?
1992 versus 93 for Breath of Fire.
Yeah, it predates it.
I don't know, it could be like one of those things where it's Toriyama who worked on both of them.
Maybe. I am not that dedicated to finding out for certain, because that's a lot of names I can't understand or read.
Fair enough. But, I mean, Toriyama, Cell, Lavos, most people know that.
Yeah.
Who is further along? Right now, Blink has got a significant lead in progress going into the final dungeon, and Shawnee is a dungeon behind. Just a few things did not go quite right today. And here's Mogu's other big moment. He gets to dig our entrance with the eye claw.
No, Shawnee made a couple of fairly large mistakes.
They were pickup mistakes.
Yeah, the
kind of water jar didn't pick up the maestro.
Yeah. Forcing him to backtrack to town several times, not getting the water jar, or forced to reset.
And then the moat fight didn't go very well either.
Yeah, Moat definitely threw him a lot of curveballs. He managed to get through it, but it just made it a longer fight over.
Yeah, which was unfortunate, because I was looking forward to seeing the strats in play on that one, because Shawnee has really caused a rethink of that fight, and it's shaved considerable time off.
That sounds extremely like him. For him to pick up a new speed game is to say, well, I hope you didn't have too many attachments to your old route. Shawnee can and will nitpick until he's like, I think this can be better.
Using the Trident strats, I love to see it.
Oh my goodness.
It's literally what happened on Monday is I'm looking at my notes and I notice the odd number is less than the Trident, and I say, oh, I should use a Trident here. And I'm routing this as I'm playing and talking to Shawnee about it.
Automod keeps thinking Zog is like this offensive word.
I mean, I would expect more like autocorrect. It thinks it's Pog.
Right? Which it brings up to another point of contention. Why hasn't the community made an actual Pog emote using Pog?
There needs to be one on Discord, and that's a great oversight, but because they all skip Pog in an any percent run, I think he just goes forgotten.
Still.
I mean, honestly, legit, I think if you asked most any percent runners cold, do you know how to fight Pog, they wouldn't. They'd have to look it up. Blink has got a great run going here. We're on our final 3 bosses. There'll be no rate of encounters along the way. Only a couple things you have to remember now is make sure your AP is high enough and put the Star Shield on before Jade.
Yeah, well, the thing is Goda is apparently bugged. He does have lines of code that says, do this, or magic attack that. But it's bugged, so he only just uses this attack ad nauseum.
Oh, that's fine with me. It's reasonably. Well, actually, the other stuff might be faster if it would heal. And this is a kind of a slow animation attack.
Yep, but there's really nothing we can do about it. That's just how the game was made. Does make me wonder if it was fixed in the GBA version.
That's a GBA runner problem.
It is. I'm pretty sure there's somebody here that is knowledgeable that will tell me if they are around.
And Goda goes down. And we totally do not care about these level ups anymore. They make no difference whatsoever.
Yeah. Yep, all that's left is Jade, then the goddess herself. Because, you know, that was what the keys were for. Was keeping her locked away.
Well, we're really getting to the heart of the matter now. And there's going to be another Marble 3 usage here, which I assume Blink is going to combine the menus to put the Star Shield on then.
Yeah, that Star Shield's gonna make Jade kind of a pushover. Is one of his big attacks called Shock, and that Star Shield's just gonna make it do nothing.
Actually didn't put it on there when doing everything else. Got the AP up to be able to use Angie, that's big. And did the Marble 3. May already have the Star Shield on, I could have just missed it. I think he just checked.
I understand his paranoia. I don't know if I'm the only one this, but I'm like one of those people that I'll save my game, do some menuing, and then I'll like, oh, did I forget to save my game? And I'll just save again. Literally, like 10 seconds later.
One time you don't.
Sure. Right? The paranoia of not saving your game. It's a very real thing.
So 2 fun facts about here. If you answer the dialogue to join Jade, you'll just stand there for a while, then Jade will say, "I'm bored, fight this." And you can get like these 6 different fights that will culminate with an M-Slime. And then the other fun thing is that sitting beside Jade's throne is the Emperor's Sword, which is the actual best sword in the game. And it's just sitting there, waiting for you to use on the final boss, except who cares, because Angie. Now, the fun part about that discussion on saving, though, is that in the course of this any percent run, we don't save. That's literally not a thing you do. You don't save.
I mean, you visit the dragon statues that save the game, but that's just for mostly just death warp.
That we only see them because of death warps. Yeah, so there's never a time where we stop and go save. So just a lot of HP for Jade that we have to get through.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Shawnee is making his way into the floating island.
Jade has 21,800 something HP in phase 1. So
yeah,
you translates to. So 22 turns.
just about done here with Jade.
Pretty close to needing to heal. Somewhere around the 400 mark is the conservative. I'd probably
maybe
push it and just do it off the second phase.
Yeah, well, definitely if you didn't have the Star Shield.
Yeah, just gonna go for it. Well, that'll help.
Yeah.
We're good now.
Thank you for the free healing, sir.
Quite good healing, in fact. And 4 turns in phase 2. And down goes Jade. Now you have a runner's choice of do you keep the Star Shield on and save the menu, or do you put the Dragon Shield on for slightly better stats? And they do matter a little bit against the final boss.
And no, it does not look like he's taking it off. If he was going to change his shield, that would have been the time to do it.
Yeah, the other big thing is making sure you have enough AP for Angie.
Oh no, he's swapping it.
Might actually be listening to us.
Yeah. So, listen, man, if you can hear me right now, I'm sorry.
Alright, so you have to transform to Angie, and the big thing to make sure you do is restore your AP before you attack. We do have to be careful about this because there is a soft lock. And Life 2 in a safe slot takes care of that. We're all set. Nope, this isn't the time for Trident. Oh, it counts. Spiffy. I didn't even realize that.
I do like the idea of this secret. The idea that the goddess is trying to be all sympathetic and like, I'm not evil, I swear.
Well, I just meant I didn't realize you could use the Trident on phase 1 and trigger phase 2. You just had to be transformed into the dragon. That's new to me, and that's interesting.
Neat. Alright, Shawnee is using the Dragon Heart on Sarah.
Yeah, for tier here, it's going to be 4 attacks on phase 1 to launch phase 2.
Yeah. I'm not too surprised Shawnee figured out about using the Trident. So, yeah.
Blinkley's listening.
Yeah, I knew it! But yeah, totally auto battle at this point. It's let the game play itself.
It's 29 attacks plus 1. So the plus 1 Trident would be enough to do it. Obviously, you wouldn't stop the menu now, but that's what I was saying. I did the Trident the other day because it actually saves you the 30th turn. But minuscule difference and not worth changing menus at this point. So you're just hoping that you get a lot of those big crashes that heal you instead of damage you, and all is well. And this is what makes her throw OP.
I just want to say to the goddess, right before she dies, by the way, Gremlin was harder.
I mean, that's objectively true. Yeah, so this is, generally speaking, a very, very safe fight. You've got a lot of margin of error, and you should have a couple of cures in the bank when you're here, just in case things are looking dicey. You can just go ahead and take care of business and not feel any pressure.
Yeah, it's not like you have to worry about status effects, instant death, anything. You just go.
Has anyone been counting how many turns we're in? Because he's got to hit 30.
Admittedly, no.
So we are coming up on time for Blink. Johnny still has at least 10.
Yeah, I'd say 10 more minutes is roughly where Shawnee's at.
This was getting low enough that I would use the safety cure, but I'm not worried about optimizing. Who is winning? Chad is.
Mm-hmm. They're the real winners. Feel free to taunt and gloat as much as you feel like.
Well, hello there.
Hey, we're got a couple hits left here. There it is, GG. GG's in chat.
I was trying to aim for under a 520, but I had a couple too many animations from tier.
Yeah, that'll happen. So, very solid run. You gotta be happy with that.
There was a lot of bad RNG early on, and then there was some really good RNG right in the middle, and then there was some really bad RNG again. It like Moat and some other dumb stuff. Mothro got really scary. He shocked both Mogu and Ox almost right off the bat, and I was terrified. I was like, okay, I think I just gotta go for it because I have one life too. Where I don't know where any of the other ones are after Mothro. So, and it was going to be my safety thing for the Crying Goddess. No, it wasn't a PB.
Get the audio over on Shawnee here.
I also tried out Shawnee's new method of grabbing the eye claw, and it's hard to really see if it actually does save time or not. Just because I started making a lot of mistakes.
Just an unfamiliarity with the technique, I imagine.
That's all I'm getting point A to point B and remembering to do it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been running Breath of Fire?
2 months.
And you already got like a third place time?
Yes.
So that is excellent progress for somebody that is as new as you are.
I told Shawnee this as well, but my first speed game, which I started 2 years ago, was Final Fantasy VII. So I'm very familiar with the like RPG speedruns, but then there's also different nuances to it that some of that did carry over when I was learning this. The fact that this run has very little RNG until you're starting to run at a really high level, it did help with getting the learning down a lot and allowing a lot of runs to complete. So that's one thing I would say for anyone who is interested from the chat in looking at this is It's a really easy learn. It's glitchless for the most part, where all the glitches are kind of detrimental to you, so you want to avoid doing them. And we eliminate like most of the RNG from the run with the strats that we use. There's like most of the RNGs in the first hour to hour and a half, depending on how long you take. But basically, after Gremlin, the RNG's almost negligible.
I literally said in the Discord, thanking everybody for all the progress they've made in the strats on this run, and saying now if one of you could just solve Goblin, that'd be great.
Well, that's not pray for miracles.
I was using a script for it. I think that in the end I followed it really well because I golded that split. I was running with my splits up. When I shared with SpeedGaming, I was only showing the timer, but that was the first gold that I had in this run today.
Nice.
Yeah, thanks, Fish Boy. Fish Boy's my IRL friend.
I love that this run has been cozy like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I may also post my stuff as well for resources too. I'm not sure because now Shawnee put out his like really detailed Marble 1 or Marble 3 route, so it's really cozy.
Shawnee kind of went above and beyond this week on that because I was actually working with him on that, and I specifically mentioned that sometimes it's a little hard to visualize exactly where's the best place to use Marble 3s. It was like, oh, I'll get that taken care of. It proceeds to go replay through the entire game,
come on over,
and literally screenshot every place where you use the a Marble 3. I'm just saying Shawnee's a little committed to this.
I'm going to step away for 1 minute and I'll help with commentating the rest of this.
Alright, Matt wants to know if we can get breakfast now. Well, look, I can't stop you, but it really is lunchtime.
Yeah, I can't leave all the races still going on. That's rude. I mean, not unless like the race was like going on 2 hours beyond time. Then there might be But we booked until 12. So
there goes Goda.
25 minutes max. Plus he's near the end.
Not that Goda was like anything worth talking about, because he literally he punches you.
He's a great bathroom break.
Yeah,
I think
in
every
5-hour run at that
I've
point, you just put on auto battle and walk away.
Yeah, because he needs 6 hits to move into each phase, and there's not like anything you can do to really mitigate that. Because he has like 5,500 and 5,600 health, so it's not like you could do something to kind of make it so that you don't have to watch one of those one of Agni's attacks. It just is. You just have to deal with 6 hits. So yeah, you take a bathroom break during those. What would be nice though, and we might be considering it, we might end up putting it to a vote eventually in the Discord, is allowing turbo for this run. Since it would be mostly for the text mashing, but there's no gameplay-oriented thing to really hinder the people accepting turbo for this run. I know that the rest of the Breath of Fire community for their speed games also are kind of against it though, but so Shawnee appropriately acorning right there so that he can Agni on Jade. I've forgotten to do that once.
And then kick yourself, right?
Yeah.
Because don't you need every party member to be alive in order to go Agni?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to go back up strats on that this week, which fortunately Shawnee was hanging out with me and said you put Ox in and have him use the water jar, it'll then heal everybody after Jade's turn, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, Ox is your slowest party member through the whole game, so he goes last, and transformations go first, so it's the best backup strat.
Yeah, I think his action stat is literally 0.
Yeah. And hopefully, Shawnee picked up the Star Shield.
Oh, hey, that's working now. Hooray.
I'm pretty sure he did.
He did?
I'm pretty sure he did. I know it's in his notes. And
Right.
if it's in his notes, it means he's thought about it.
Yeah. I'm so happy I picked it up because Jade shocked me twice during the fight.
Which is not a guarantee that it'll work, but it's quite unfortunate if it does.
Correct. It's 3 out of 8 chance of actually landing and killing you.
That would be an incredibly sad way to lose a run.
That almost happened. Well, you have the backup with the water jar. But if it happens a second time, you're kind of screwed. And it's happened to me that he's killed my Agni on 2 of my runs.
Yeah. You had a pretty good Jade fight. Not having the heal was really, really nice.
I think normally you don't have to. He doesn't do nearly enough damage, but on Goddess it got close. I was pretty much banking on Goddess for not healing based off of my splits time.
If you were gonna do not Star Shield, you'd keep your HP up more, so that would be a difference of where you're willing to spend your time.
Ooh, shock, but it missed, so we don't know. We don't know if he has the Star Shield on.
Shawnee doesn't even want to confirm it for us. He just wants to keep us guessing.
Yeah. Well, there's 4 attacks that happen during the second wind, so...
Almost out of this first phase.
Yep.
Takes 22 rounds. And then 4 rounds in phase 2.
Mm-hmm. Oh. I cleared my timer. I forgot about global hotkeys. 5:20:06. Just remember that because the timer's gonna go in a moment.
Oh, it's still on screen. And one more. There goes Jade.
Good.
Oh, someone earlier, I think maybe it was, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Osei?
Ozzy.
Ozzy, okay. I think you mentioned that there was no AoE, or like limited AoE healing in the game.
Yeah, it's fairly limited throughout most of the game that you just don't have AoE spells that heal.
There is one, but Nina has to be really high level for it, that we would never see it in the speedrun.
And again, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying it's everything really powerful in this game is locked to either mid or late game. It's super hard. And I'm not even talking like things that are like like vital, but just things that are just convenient, or trivializes something that is extremely difficult to deal with.
Well, I mean, you could hunt a bunch of those hogs and get the meat.
Yeah. I picked up a backup here too when I was heading up to Moat. Unfortunately, that fight went really badly for me. The turn I was going to use it to heal everybody up, he decided to slam Ryu from like almost near full health and killed him.
Alright. Shawnee, take your victory lap.
Alright, real quick, phase 1.
Now, compared to Jade, this is a boss that very likely you do heal on.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm pretty sure we've got at least a couple cures.
Yeah. And if not, there's the one that was from Zog's castle that you could have picked up.
He forgot the trident!
Yeah, I noticed that too.
So phase 2 has 29,055 HP. The difference of the trident is it would knock off that 55, and then you would just have the 29,000 to deal with. And the animation is slower. So it's not something that's worth going back and doing after the fact.
I gotta start remembering to do that, though. That 95 damage is nice enough, since this is almost like a 5-second animation.
Apparently we're going to show things off with the time, so hooray.
Yeah, because even though Shawnee's sitting a little further behind, we are still quite a bit ahead of schedule. This run was given an original estimate for 6 hours, and the next run isn't scheduled to start for at least 20 more minutes.
Yeah, and that was not being ridiculously optimistic. I mean, between those first 2 bosses, there could easily have been a wipe that meant a 10-minute time loss.
Yep.
Yeah, because when you die, you go back to town. To the last point you saved at.
Mm-hmm.
And that...
And honestly,
yeah?
Sorry, go ahead, Ozzy.
No, I was just saying that's like going through the entire dungeon for a lot of cases. And some of these dungeons are really long.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm actually surprised that we're getting close to the time. I thought that there might have been more buffer room, but yeah, some really bad stuff happened to both of us in the run. I saw a couple of the things that happened to Shawnee, like forgetting the maestro and forgetting what was the other thing? There was something else that
he forgot the water jar. He forgot the water.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he just went straight to the spring cave and had to turn around.
Did the Grimfowl cooperate with him?
I think Grimfowl went by pretty smoothly. As far,
I meant when he was egging the castle.
Oh yeah, the darn bird drifted off. He had to go fix him again.
Oh, he's done. Okay.
I'm not on screen yet.
Yeah, not on screen yet, but he just mentioned it in Discord.
Yeah. There is a little bit of that stream delay. So, we already know ahead of time. GG's. Not that we had any concerns. This fight pretty much plays itself for the most part.
There is a little bit of risk, as you saw when I was doing it. Right now, he's really low on health, where you might want to consider curing. Whenever you get... Oh, he did.
When you're here, finish the run off. Don't be unsafe.
Please. Please don't be that gutsy. What do you have to prove?
And
There
GG.
you go.
All right, we're going to have a small delay here while we switch on the back end, and Johnny's going to show some things off.
Yep.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Shawnee. I hear we're showing things off.
Yes. Okay, in my defense, just to explain what happened, the program I use for split notes that Blink uses as well, desynced horribly. To the point where it's like, oh, I'm in the cleansing water cave while I'm fighting gremlins. So I'm like, okay. So I kept trying to troubleshoot it while trying to do the run. So my bad. Then I had to open up my PDF and then use that before it's complete.
Ooh.
What are we doing? We already seen the end. You've already shown that.
Yes. So, you're free if you want to show stuff. I don't have anything in particular on my end to show.
If you want to prep for one, can you get to Maria again? If it's possible, or is it Tier, I guess, in this game?
That would be a long time.
Okay, give me a second then, because I have my real file. I just have to walk through the dungeon. That's all. Rob. Well, good game. You absolutely walloped me.
There was a lot of stuff that happened to me really badly at the beginning. You overtook me really easily.
I had everything go well at the beginning, and then everything desynced. I'm like, oh no, this is bad.
I think the moment you forgot the water jar, I caught up and we were like kind of close to each other.
Yeah, that was the biggest like turning point for Blink.
I'm pretty sure me forgetting Maestro was far worse.
Oh, that was far worse, but like I'm gonna do this way. Up until that point, you were probably like 3 minutes behind.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was on pace for a PB before things royally screwed up. Thank you.
Maestro is one of those things. It's a little hard to figure out what's wrong.
Well,
because they won't tell you they don't understand you.
Again, Split Notes has it so like, the font size is a certain size. I gotta reorganize my inventory here because.
What did it just like shove the word Maestro off to the side somewhere?
Well, normally it's actually highlighted and formatted, so it's its own line. In the PDF, it's not, so I completely glanced over it while I was trying to use that. So I kept talking to her, like, I can understand her. It's like, I can understand her. It's like, why can't I speak to her? So I tried reloading the game as well in case that was something. And yeah, it was pointed out after. So I need to get to Maria to showcase off a few of the glitches here. Oh, Ryu can't be in a force slot anymore because we're not doing things safe anymore. Honestly, I'm so proud of how far you come, like, in such a short time. Like, that's actual, like, stupid pace.
No, it's not. I had a lot of lead up to it with running another RPG. So, but wait, you've also run other RPGs, right?
I'm primarily known as an RPG speedrunner. I just had to run a lot of platformers recently because it's quicker.
You're just out of practice, and I think that's mainly what it. Oh, but hold on. You're saying I got to where I am faster, not how I did in the race. I can't answer that. I have no answer.
Also, I can't see chat. Chat.
I think he's mostly just pointing out the facts that for the time investment you've put into this game, you've done very well.
Mm. It's definitely clicked with you.
I think you're right about that.
And I think if we combine both of our notes, the guide will be ideal because it's missing some things here or there for clarity. God, I forgot how short this dungeon is and how long this dungeon is. It's just one giant pathway with a bunch of
Until we figure out something
things.
new, then it'll be different again.
Yeah. Oh, right. I can actually reverse time now, because... Man, try not to do that while messing up. After I forgot the water jar, I'm like, oh, my hands are above the reset button.
Oh, I know you were just like, you must have been fighting the dark urge to rewind.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a valid run. These 4 platforms, for the record, they all go to the exact same area. The left one is technically the quickest by tile-wise, but the design of this dungeon is once you get past Goda, all 4 staircases technically go to the same area.
I'm surprised you didn't just rewind from, or was it already too long from when you were doing, after you
No,
killed
because it would have been illegal, technically, to use the rewind feature.
No, but I mean after the run was done.
Oh, yeah, it's only like 10 minutes, I think at most, but I need to be able to get in front of the Crying Goddess.
Okay.
So, it's unfortunately just slightly too long. If I were to... Although I have to admit that I did the science. Water Jar and Jade refills your AP, or whatever you want. But equipping the Skull Ring and... Oh, I'm out of... Please run? No? Okay. Please
Rewind, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, should I kill the gremlin-looking thing? I really want to kill a gremlin-looking thing. That battle did not go well for me.
Also, if that happened again.
Sorry, say it again?
Blue can cast Flee.
Oh, yeah! Right, I'm not used to that 10% runner.
I am the only one who uses that.
Yeah, does she even have Flee? I didn't even know.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she has a lot of stuff, yeah.
If this is your,
Right there under Fireball.
Yeah, there's Flee, right there.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
because I think normally in the run, if we did it, she would learn it at Jade.
Oh, jeez, yeah. Yeah, this is my casual file, so...
Got it.
This is the file I beat the game with, without Dragon Transformations. I did the true fight without it. It
Oh,
sucked.
man.
Alright, finally back here. I know we both didn't show it off, but if anyone ever wants to come here and get a really neat sword, there's the Emperor's sword.
Oh, the Emperor's sword?
Yeah, you know, the most powerful sword in the game.
Yeah, just...
Did you know, if you use it as an item, you do the 400 damage Thunderbolt?
That was so useful so many fights ago.
I know, but you will get it right at the last boss.
It always amazes me that this game has no glitches for a speedrun.
I mean, there are a couple, but they're just really bad. Like the Karn one, when you softlock when he joins the party.
Yeah, it's not like the game's lack of glitches, it's lack of useful glitches is the thing you're looking for.
Yeah. I am going to... Yeah, I'll redo this one in case I need it. That way it can pop in there. So, for the glitches here is... me and Landy in the Discord found out how the Crying Goddess fight works. Before I forget... where's my graph for that? Here we go. No, I don't want my wish granted. Well, to be fair, if you don't have a healing item, it's quite useful. So
we should start considering the time. Just a heads up.
Oh yeah. No, it's not going to take long to show at all. So, there you go. If Rob wants to transform to Agni, I forgot to do that first. It's just a quick little soft lock. Because this fight is programmed horrible. The items in the item slots of the first row are all safe. But for some reason, Ryu's programmed when he's in the first slot to attack 10 times. Thus, you can make him moonwalk off the stage. Because it technically pushes him back for every block. And if you do it a second time, bye Ryu.
Oh, that's a cool one, actually.
Yeah, so... If you ever want to swag on someone during a race again, and you're absolutely well like me, just moonwalk off the stage. It's all good. So, we'll bring them back here, because there we go. That's simpler, instead of me trying to reset things. The other thing as well is, because you attack 10 times, if I were to move an item here and here, is actually, do I have less than 10 for an item here and here? There you go, life 2. We have 1 life 2. So if we use the 1 life 2, it does funny things with text boxes. And this is what scared a lot of the runners initially in the early days, is they didn't understand what was going on. And it's because Ryu is obviously attacking 10 times. Congratulations, it's a basic herb. It's under a different name. You can also, if you do end up dying, you can also use it again. But if you were to, it is this slot, and this will be the end of it. If I grab the life 2 again here, actually I can grab the life 5s. Or the 5 times 1. There you go. Oh wait, no, I can't use that because he's not dead. Okay, it has to be this one then. If you were to use it on this slot, or this slot, with Ryu in the first place, the game just crashes. And won't let you do any more button inputs, and there's no more 10 inputs, it just stops. No matter how many items you use. And this is... Yeah, this was initially, like, people were really concerned back in the day the Crying Goddess fight would ruin your run if you didn't follow an exact script. And it's basically Ryu attacks 10 times in the first slot, 3 in the second slot, 2 in the third slot, and what me and Blink did in the race, he's in the fourth slot, so you can use the item very quickly. But there's no soft lock potential in the fourth slot. Which is very bizarre. That's all I wanted to show off, just because there's other things I could show off, but we don't have enough that time to show Chun-Li and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're pretty much done here.
Exactly, and that's fine.
Cool.
I
Shout
want
out
to say
to Victus coming up next with Skyblazer, so hope people will enjoy that as well.
I want to thank SpeedGaming and the SNES Super Stars marathon hosts for having us. This was awesome. My first race, and I had a really good time. Great commentary from both Aussie and Trenton for coming in at the last minute.
Yes, thanks for that.
Yeah, you guys were awesome, and everyone in the chat is awesome as well. Make sure you're following the SpeedGaming channel.
Yeah. And I have nothing else to say other than just thank you to everyone. Like normal kind of thing. And Ozzy, thank you for absolutely jumping in front of the train there to help us with commentary at the last minute.
It's fine. It's fine.
Good luck to the next runners, and hopefully, they have a smooth event as well.
Sounds good.
All right. Till next time, guys.
Bye-bye.